How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. It's reset day. 10.1 hype. I spotted that for people that are like questioning. There's a PT Public Test Realm Dragonflight 10.1. Is it up? Curiosity time now. Oh, I have to install an entirely separate. Okay, let's click the install button. Yep, there, whatever. Go. I wonder if it's actually up and running or whether they've just renamed it. I've not looked so far this morning. I'm actually out of coffee already. This is tragic. I've been awake and up and active for a little while already. But yeah, reset day. Let's jump in. Let's get some stuff done. It's quick scouting. Quick scout. Okay, let's have a quick scout on the old whilst we're waiting for that to load in. Quick scout on the old WoW this morning and see what's going on. Token is 310,000 gold. I tell you what, the token at this rate is going to be mad level expensive by the end of this expansion. Oh my days. Nothing I care about here. Ghost Crawlers quit Riot Games. Oh dear. Former World of Warcraft lead designer Greg Street, also known as Ghostcrawler, announced that he's stepped down from Riot Games after 9 years with the studio. Has it been 9 years since he's worked at Riot? Damn. At least 3 of which were spent heading a new MMORPG in the League of Legends universe. Woo! Spicy meatball. That's got to be a ripperoni pepperoni for Riot Games, surely. Okay, sure. Wait, KFC collaboration for Diablo 4 beta keys? Okay, of all crazy things. Patch 10.1 now encrypted on internal development server. The internal development server's been updated to 10.1. Participating countries, question mark. Are we? Yeah, good question. KFC's official Twitter reignites the hopes and dreams of Diablo 4 fans around the world. A number of official tweets hint towards March the 9th as the new starting date of the promotion that will give out Diablo 4 early access beta keys when ordering at KFC. Right. Sure. Okay. Order digitally at KFC for a Diablo 4 beta key. Oh my God. When the world has gone mad, isn't it? When access to a beta is prize-worthy. I'm hungry though now. Looking and thinking about KFC. Okay. Makes the game a little bit more crispy. Yeah. Questionable chicken. This is what I actually wanted to look at though. Patch 10.1 hype continues as the internal development server's been updated at around blah 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 blah. Encrypted, so no data mining is available yet. Well, I have a play button.
Hello there.
Yeah. Oh, 10.0.5 still. Okay, they've just renamed it in the it's hella giga loud. Shush. Whew. You guys probably couldn't hear that for good reasons. Okay, it's been renamed to 10. Oh, you can't see it. It's been renamed to 10.1 here, but it's actually just 10.0.5 still when you try and load it. Okay, fine and dandy. We will wait some more then. We will wait some more. How to simulate obesity to gamers. Well, let's not forget that the gaming industry, the World of Warcraft is teamed up with Mountain Dew and stuff in the past, haven't they? So KFC is no surprise. Leatherworking quest that makes you craft items is bugged and not showing up for a lot of people. It was bugged last week. It was bugged last week because it asked you to make drums. And by making for some reason, the quest itself was considered an account-wide quest. So if you completed it on one leatherworker, your other leatherworkers were just scuffed. Now, I don't know if they've then since decided to disable said quest until they can fix it or what, but in true Blizzard fashion, it was broken. And we'll see if they've actually fixed it. Let's have a look, because I'm a leather worker. Boom! No quest. So yeah, apparently there's no leatherworking quest for presumably anybody. I think they've probably just disabled it. Disabled it until they've figured out that they can do something. Look. Yeah. It's not showing up on any 4 of my leather workers. Well, there we go. That twas my thoughts. Right, let's get some bits and pieces picked up though. Oh, hang on, these fellas before we move on.
A new face.
Let's not go handing in any quests yet. Actually, let's make sure we pick up the Accord quest first. What do we got to do this week? Dragonbane Keep. Okay, when's Dragonbane up? Dragonbane, the siege is up in 44 minutes. 44 minutes. Let's not forget that. What's this fella got to give us this week? Anything I care about? 5 time walking raid bosses or dungeons for a 389 piece of gear. Doesn't seem really worth it, does it? I mean, we'll have the quest. I probably won't do it. Is the Wowhead timer correct? Siege in 44 minutes. I assume the Wowhead timer is correct. My little in-game add-on says 44 minutes as well. Blizzard just announced the 10.0.7 release date. Did they? Doesn't sound like... What do you mean when you say just? Not from what I've seen. Where did they announce said thing? Preliminary details can be found here. What is this? Coming soon. Dragonflight, the 10.0.7 content update is coming soon. This was an article from March the 2nd. This is not anything new.
Already.
Worth doing one-time walking for the 500 tokens towards mounts. You're probably not wrong. Yeah. 4 already. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Where's me jewel crafting quest? What we got to make with jewel crafting this week?
Flight has much to offer.
Spectacular. Sundered onyx loops.
You have a bright future.
It's always sundered onyx loops. Where have they gone? Lenses, Ceravite ore. 2 lenses. Draconic lenses. Probably multi-craft tool. I'm going to keep pressing the button until multi-craft does its thing. There we go. 2 frameless lenses. Now we're missing... What are we missing? Oh, we need Ceravite ore. How do I not have any Ceravite ore on a jewel crafter? I'm too quick to prospect it all.
This is your time.
What's going on with mats this morning anyway? It's nice to... Wow, that is a lot of Awakened Earth. What happened to make that much Awakened Earth? How is there 170,000 of it? Sheesh. Okay. Awakened Order is still mad level expensive compared to the rest. Relative. Okay. Why was I here? Why was I here? Why was I here? Why was I here? 800 diamonds left. Hello? Hello? There's only 800 Q3 diamonds left. Sure. Prospect that later. Ceravite ore, Ceravite ore, Ceravite ore. Wow, Ceravite ore is cheap now. $2,000 gold for an entire stack of it. And Ceravite ore quality 3.
I will see you again.
And then there was none. Well, I'll wait till somebody resets it. Aromatic honey brew. God, I really need to look. There's a way to turn off this brew of the month club. Does anybody know how to do it? I'm sure I've been told before, but deleting this thing every month is just annoying. Somebody tried to reset the diamonds last week. The price went from 20k to 3k in less than an hour. Valdrakken was crowded with prospectors whilst it lasted. It's usually the way. Usually the way. Nobody wants a profitable market. People want a market that is slightly profitable, but not actually profitable. Because anything that's actually profitable just attracts people to it, which people don't particularly want. I should have probably had my resourcefulness tool on then, but whatever.
I have all the time in the Isles. I knew you would like my wares.
Okay, there's one done. One down. The resetting of anything. Lazy Goldmaker's just put out a video saying he was the one who reset Chronocloth earlier in the week. I've not watched the video yet. Resetting is one of those things that you have to be willing to do it multiple times, right? There might not necessarily be many of a thing on the auction house right now, but that is often due to the fact that a whole shitload of them is probably just recently expired. When you look at diamonds now, for example, there's 800 Q3 diamonds on the auction house, right? Which doesn't feel or sound like a lot at all. But I shit you not, if you turned up and you went, well, you know what, how about we just buy all of these, reset it, you would very quickly find that your actual average unit price will just get tanked way below that way quickly. You need to do resets when they're all clustered at the bottom. Having them all clustered at the bottom is, you know, this is not necessarily a terrible 94. If you buy 94 now and then somebody comes along and does the expensive bit of resetting the lot, you can probably sell your 94 out again quite quickly. But, you know, resets are not what they used to be because the market's just so big now. It's remarkably it's even more dangerous than it once used to be to play around with resets. And whilst it could be, you know, fun for content, it's it actually is at the same time not good for content, because if I was to reset something, I would then have to spend the rest of the day managing it. There is not a single reset that will happen without you then having to invest 8 hours of your time for the rest of that day managing it and dealing with it and hoping that it doesn't go wrong. There's a lot more to it than
Light bless you.
You need something?
appears.
See you later.
Right, those are done, those are done, those are done. 20 rigid basilisks hide, 3 leatherworking orders, 10 stolen trinkets, 2 jewel crafting orders. Let's falsify some orders real quick. Let's order our books.
Straight to business.
Leatherworking book. I should be doing this on an alt, but the reality is that it's much quicker and easier for me to get somebody else to do it. Much quicker and easier for me to get somebody else to do it.
These goods will serve you well.
3 leatherworking, 2 jewel crafting. I want to try and bang through the basics nice and quick this morning. Is the leatherworking quest bugged for you? It seems to be that they've just disabled it. It was bugged last week. It was bugged already last week, but it looks like they've just disabled it for now. Is Draconium Ore still the best to prospect? The best to prospect is the one that can turn you a profit. There isn't such thing as a best. It's all a maths game. You got to do the numbers on it based upon your character. The reality, the baseline numbers are still unchanged. That you'll get 3 diamonds on average
Looking
per
for something
stack
in particular?
of Draconium, 1 diamond per stack on average for Ceravite. But obviously your multi-craft, your resourcefulness, your inspiration will have an effect on that as well. Personal order, Manthe, 1 gold, go. Yeah, there's 3 orders for that. Let's just do these.
A wise choice.
Yeah, this character again. Reset it to show the other 8,000 that people have. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? You try and you spot a reset. You've got to be willing to buy out that reset multiple times in many cases. You've got to dip in and dip out super fast. I wonder if skills on it have any influence on the chance to get diamonds. They don't know. No, the baseline numbers are the same. Crafting orders, personal, one of these. Start order. Resourcefulness tool. Go. Bish bash bosh. Let's do the same for leatherworking. I'd love if one day we could use the system legitimately, but resourcefulness tool is on. Raptor, welcome in. How we doing? Good morning. Good morning. One, 2, and 3. Yo, Gumdrops with the watch streak. Welcome in, my man. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, they've added this watch streak. It's always been a thing. It's been a thing previously because you get more lunchtime already. The in-channel currency that people have is benefited by watch streak, but now they've given people a way to publicly showcase their watch streak to others. You used to get a multiplier on your channel currency by having a higher watch streak. I can't remember what the threshold was. Out of curiosity, it might not be terrible to see if there's any... No, of course not. Why would there be?
Interesting.
Right, you're done.
Anything.
You're done.
Doing business with ya.
Let's learn these. We'll go out and do some quests in a second. Okay. Do we have our books? Has Scribe done Scribe things? Yeah, boy. Scribe do Scribe things. Okay. Dirt piles. Kill a few mobs. Do a couple of quests. Speedy. Let's focus on getting these first, and then we'll do the quests after. Any interesting world quests? Curiosity. Killing the cat. We did once upon a time see a dragon shard on a world quest, which is why I pay attention to them now. We'll go kill the world boss as well. That should be a thing we should always do regardless. Oh my god, how is that an upgrade? Oh, it's not an upgrade because it's Zygor forgetting that tier beats everything. Damn. Cobalt Catastrophe's up again. Okay, world boss. Let's go do world boss. Let's get world boss out of the way. Let's showcase my streamer luck. Showcase some streamer luck first thing. Actually, before we zoom off, let's grab the Storms quest. Oh! Do I do Revival Catalyst charge thingy? I think I'm capped at 6 on my alts anyway. I can't be bothered. I should do it for Transmog, but better things to do. Okay, 29 minutes and we can do the siege. It's going to be a big siege because I imagine every man and their dog is going to be doing it because it's the Accord quest this week. Or today's sieges, I think, are going to be pretty wham.
A threat against these lands
Ow!
is a threat against our
Pew
crew.
pew.
Remove
Go.
them and restore the order.
Who needs Group Finder? I think the double Harken yesterday might have sped up your quota. Let's not forget that was not only a double rare kill, right? Not only was it a double rare kill, I also got 2 dragon shards off it. So I think I used up all of my streamer luck in one go. That's at least a week's worth of streamer luck right there. So we'll see. Just got a dragon shard from the world boss. World boss is a really good chance for a dragon shard. Really good chance. That's why I'm doing it first. Because if there is any sort of hidden quota behind the scenes, I want a super high chance thing to go first. Can we get out of the way of this? Good old hunter with no health. Oh, one thing I want to talk about today. When I'm deep in quest grinding or rep grinding or something today, I'll talk about this in more detail. But I have come up with a solution that will solve everything. How about that, right? All of your worldly problems, I have come up with a solution that will appease every type of player and make the system of professions wildly better for everybody involved. I have the solution, or at least I believe I have the solution. And, haha, see, told you I'd get a dragon shard. I wanted to run it past you. I wanted to run it past you because there's clearly something I won't have thought of, but that doesn't deny my belief that I have come up with the solution. One that works for everybody involved. because I came to the conclusion, right, that there's two types of people. Remove the professions. Yeah, just delete them. Get rid. GG. There's two categories of people, right? There is people that play Final Fantasy 14. We should probably get Final Fantasy 14 on the go again at some point. There's two, in my eyes, there's two categories of players right now that fall into one of two camps. People who primarily play with professions, like the new profession system, relatively universally, right? People who are like me, whose primary play style in the game is tinkering and playing around with professions, tend to enjoy it. A byproduct of tinkering around and playing with professions is that you often put yourself ahead of the curve so that you can, as a byproduct, make gold with it. So you're happy. All good. There is the other category of people, though, which I tend to feel is the bigger category of people, bigger by some substantial margin as well, who utilize the professions as a secondary activity. Their primary activity is slaying the dragon, right? They're out there, they're killing bosses, they're looting stuff, they're gearing up, they're slaying dragons. That's their number one goal, right? Those people use professions, I tend to feel, as an optimization for slaying the dragon. Whether it be crafting a piece of gear that is, you know, a bonus to them, gives them more stats, makes them slay the dragon faster, or whether it's making consumables that they would otherwise feel the need to buy off the auction house, keeping the cost of slaying the dragon down. People whose primary focus is not professions, in Dragonflight, pretty much universally hate the profession revamp. Why do they hate the profession revamp? They hate it for the reason that your ability to be self-sufficient by just casually playing with the professions does not exist anymore. Doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? Well, to adequately explain this, we have to look back a little bit. We have to look at what the system was previously, because in past expansions, we had this, what I like to call a 2 herbs, 1 vial scenario, right? 2 herbs plus 1 vial equals 1 potion. Simple. Relatively universally simple. It was relatively quick and easy to level up your professions. Everybody was on an equal playing field. You could take 2 herbs and 1 vial and you could make a potion. That potion that you made very quickly and easily was the same as the potion that was on the auction house. So you were able to quite easily be self-sufficient, right? You were able to, let's say, pair herbalism with alchemy. You could have those 2 professions. Now, true goblins for sure would probably tell you that having alchemy and herbalism is a bad idea. If you have herbalism, you should probably have mining, but that's a different topic of conversation. People who use professions as a secondary to slaying dragons would often have 2 professions that synergize well and provide them some level of efficiency to their primary goal of, you know, poking the dragon. I almost used the word chasing the dragon, but that's got different connotations. We won't use that one. Then when you look at the fact that those players would pair up 2 professions, they had a very simple approach. They would feel that they can be self-sufficient with those professions. To them, it seemed worthwhile doing. In Dragonflight, though, that whole scenario does not exist. It does not exist because those very same players who would take herbalism and alchemy, so on their travels they would pick up herbs, they would turn those herbs into potions which would help them slay the dragon faster. Those potions that they made were the same potions that were on the auction house, so it was all good, no problem. They just see it as a saving of gold, right? In Dragonflight, if you casually have herbalism and alchemy, you are probably gathering worse quality materials and in turn making worse quality potions than the ones you would like to have bought off the auction house. So very quickly, that feeling of self-sufficiency via the professions disappears, because you still would want to buy the better potions off the auction house, right? You would still you don't feel as if you're overcoming that need to buy something off somebody else, unless you put a lot of time and effort into both leveling herbalism and leveling alchemy, which is more stuff on top of stuff that you didn't particularly want to do anyway. This kind of makes me feel what this is kind of why I think Legion was quite a divisive expansion for people. I really liked Legion. I loved Legion because they added more levels, more layers to the professions. They added quest lines. They added ranks. They added, there was little mechanics like the Obliterum Forge. There was extra stuff that kept people who enjoy professions happy. But what that ultimately meant was to everybody else, it was just more shit that they had to do to achieve the same thing that they didn't particularly want to do anyway. So once again, there's two categories of people, right? People who enjoy playing with the professions are having a blast. People who utilize the professions as an optimization for doing something else absolutely hate it. And Dragonflight has just taken the Legion system and turned it up to 11 for those players, right? They've taken something that previously was very simple. Buy 2 herbs, take 1 vial, and you get a potion. Done. Easy. They've taken that and they've turned it up to 11 with inspiration, knowledge points, resourcefulness, multicraft, all of the secondary stats, your profession tools, constant grinding for knowledge, shitloads of stuff that those players don't want to do. And so the system's shit. That, you know, that they're without looking at it objectively, those players very quickly come to the conclusion that the revamp is shit. It's shit because it doesn't work for them. They're looking at it, they're not looking at it objectively. They're looking at it with very, very heavy personal opinions, and they're blaming the system for the reason that it just doesn't work as effectively for them anymore. Now, the big problem, tying all this back up, I had to give you that little story time to preface the next bit. The problem is that Blizzard is in the business of entertaining people. Blizzard is in the business of offering to the masses what the masses want, right? It's the entertainment business. You don't make something to entertain 10 people if you could entertain 90 people, right? You do the thing that entertains more people. So the risk here and the problem is that the crafting system as it stands currently for players like me is great, but I'm the minority. You guys are possibly also the minority in terms of the fact that you enjoy the system as it is right now. You enjoy it enough that you can take advantage of it for the secondary bonuses of making gold at the same time. The greater percentage of the player base, though, is people who just pick up a couple of professions that synergize well for their character and would use those to optimize a little bit for the purpose of slaying dragons. Those players absolutely detest the new system from start to finish because it's just 7 levels of things they don't want to do. The likelihood means is that Blizzard will probably scrap this entire thing. The entire profession revamp will probably be reverted back to what it was previously because it appeases the greater percentage of the player base, right? The greater percentage of the player base would prefer professions to just be a very quick and easy secondary part of the game that assists them in slaying the dragon faster. How then can we fix it so that both those parties are happy? Is there some scenario where you can make it both optimal for people who want to, play with the professions and want to, gather all of the recipes and want to continue to, play around with spec trees and work out the best paths, all the optimizations that us us goblins enjoy playing with? Is there a way to make it so that we're happy, but the general player base is also happy? And I think there is a solution. And I think the solution is making... Now, hear me out on this one before you all keyboard warrior. I think the solution to this is making quality 3 of everything bind on pickup. If you make the best quality that can be crafted non-tradable, it still allows you to see an advantage of being an alchemist and being a herbalist, right? So let's say you could still pick up herbalism and you could still pick up alchemy, and you over a period of time could work on that, and you could make the best quality potions, the best quality flasks, but those would not be tradable. That would mean that you would personally still be able to make something that is better than what you could buy on the auction house. That means that having the right professions for you as a character still applies, right? If you are going into the raid, you can decide what professions you take with you to be most optimal. Do you take a profession that crafts yourself a piece of gear because it's a strong piece of gear? Do you take a profession like alchemy that offers a lot of utility? You can choose, and then you can work on that, and you will very quickly put yourself in a position where you can make something better than what you could buy off somebody else. It would also mean that you would not have to harvest the entire profession system and dumb it down to the levels of what it was previously. You could still have the spec trees. You could still have knowledge. You could still have inspiration, resourcefulness, multi-craft, all of the layers of the crafting profession that make it, in my opinion, interesting. You could still have all of that, but you would, your limit would be that you would never be able to make something as good as somebody else that's fully specialized. But that doesn't mean you wouldn't sell anything, because the original player, the majority of the player base, can only have 2 professions. You go back to a scenario that's similar to how it was previous, and that you would choose your professions based upon how optimally they would help you do something else. If you were to choose alchemy, for example, you would have the benefit of being able to make top quality potions and flasks for yourself, but it might mean that your armor kits or your blacksmith weapon buffs, you would still need to buy those off other people. You would still need to buy those off the auction house, but you wouldn't be able to buy the top quality ones. You'd have to compromise, heaven forbid. I think that is as close to a middle ground for both, meaning that you can both have dedicated artisan crafters who become the best at a whole bunch of things, crafting monstrous amounts of stuff, selling it all on the auction house, all of that sort of business. Keep players like myself more than happy, but also the majority of the player base can still have that self-sufficiency if they wish, and they would still obviously be able to buy a few bits and pieces here or there. I think that might kind of... obviously it needs a little bit more thought, but this was just a bit of a brain dump, right? That you could kind of have the best of both worlds in that regard. Thoughts? Which means Q3 wouldn't be region-wide on the auction house. Yeah, if the best quality you could post publicly, and now that would also mean that there would be some scenarios where you, yeah, I'm trying to think this through now. If you have the quote-unquote wrong profession, you'd be locked out of getting the good stuff unless you change professions. Well, it's a choice, right? That you've only ever been able to have 2 professions, and so you've always had to choose anyway. There's always been that choice. Now, it wouldn't be going away, I don't think. Can we go with orders for the Q3 stuff? Maybe. If you really wanted to, you could do orders for Q3 stuff. A lot of knock-on effects. How does it affect enchanting, blacksmithing? Exactly the same. That you know, quality 2 stuff you could freely sell. Quality 2 enchants would be widely available on the auction house. You could craft those, you could sell those. But if you wanted to have the best quality enchants on your gear, you would have to choose to be an enchanter. Your system forces every player to take up and play professions. That would meet a lot of pushback from raiders who want to be optimal. We had that in BFA. I don't think there's been a time in history though where not that history is always good, but I think anybody that's wanted to be optimal has always looked at professions to be optimal. It's an advantage that can be obtained, and so people will do it anyway. I don't think the rest of the player base should have to feel the brunt of that. I'm not sure. It was a thought, right? Because the reality is I'm quite concerned that the general player base doesn't like any of this. And the general player base, given the choice, would just instantly flip a switch and be back in BFA mode. They'd instantly flip a switch. They'd get rid of all of this. 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 And they'd instantly go back to something far more simplistic that everybody can get on board with, that everybody knew and loved. And my concern is that is such a large percentage of the player base that thinks like that it probably will happen. The amount of people that really care about the crafting system is such a small percentage of the player base, and it is at the detriment of everybody else. This is the problem, right? To have this profession system in this fashion, it is at the direct detriment of everybody else that used to just play the RPG and used to role play. You know, you'd have a priest would have tailoring so that they could make their own cloth gear. That is kind of not really a thing in Dragonflight, because why would you bother leveling up tailoring to make lesser quality gear than you could buy off somebody else? It doesn't particularly make all that much sense. General player base just needs a slap, told to shut up. I don't think that's unfortunately how the game works though. I'd go with something radical like Noita's wand crafting system. Dozens of different items, e.g. materials, making hundreds of different combinations of effects. A nightmare to balance, sure, but immensely fun. I've played Noita, and I played it for about a few hours because I very quickly realised how outrageously difficult that game was, and I couldn't be bothered to try and stick with it. But I think the wand crafting system in it is a little bit OTT for a game like this. The entire game of Noita revolves around that. We don't particularly, I think, want World of Warcraft to revolve around professions in total. Doesn't this entire problem go away in a couple of months when everybody gets enough knowledge points to quote-unquote be competitive, to the point that key differences are optimizing profession tools? It would if everybody would actually do it. The problem is there is 6 months worth of knowledge grinding to get to that point. And my honest feeling is that most players, if they haven't already, are very, very close to just packing it all in. Because most players will only stick with it for so long. Most players want, like I said, for most people, professions are a secondary aspect of the game, of which the primary reason that they do it in any way, shape or form in the first place is to gain a bonus somewhere else. Whether it is to make it easier for them to slay the dragon, or in many cases, to make gold. And players will only go so long not making gold. And the longer they go without being able to make any gold with the system, the more likely they are to just go, nope, and pack it all in completely. And we're already seeing that. And we're already, and even to this day, we're only about halfway through. Even if you've been playing since day one and you've been playing consistently, you're probably still only about halfway through what needs to be done to get to that point. I don't think there's enough people that will ever get to that point, which will still make a have versus have not situation with professions. I don't think it'll ever be normalized. It would just take too long, which would mean they'd have to do something to aggressively increase the amount of knowledge points that people gain to basically force the entire player base to that point, which, yeah, not sure. Increase drop rate of dragon shards. I mean, that would be a thing for sure. The time-gated knowledge points are a giant barrier to entry, and people feel behind and will always feel behind and never feel like professions are worth doing. Yeah, it's a feelings thing. It's very much a feelings thing. You're absolutely right. Strictly speaking, there isn't totally the necessity for there to be a catch-up system, because I reckon within, and I'm very tempted to test this for the purpose of a video, but I don't want to spend an entire week doing something just to make an I told you so video. That's a bit, seems like a dick move to me. But I have the suspicion that you can probably gain about 150 knowledge points within a single reset of starting a brand new profession, which is arguably enough to pretty much min-max in one direction, because the knowledge gains are so heavily front-loaded in terms of the fact you got all of the first-time crafts, you've got all of the first-time crafts, you've got the weekly collections, you can so quickly level up the reputations now, that you can get all of the knowledge gains through the reputation remarkably quickly. The only thing that you'd probably be lacking is the Artisans Consortium knowledge. And that's a big chunk of knowledge, but that you would probably get in a few weeks anyway. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the whole thing, but like I said, to summarize before we head over to the siege anyway, the summary here is that I tend to think that there is a middle ground. You can appease the players who really, really enjoy the profession system as it is now for its extra level of depth. But that extra level of depth, as it stands at the moment, is at the detriment of the rest of the player base. And the rest of the player base, unfortunately, is a much larger percentage of the player base, meaning that their wants and desires are likely to far outweigh the handful of people that really enjoy the system as it is now. But the middle ground could be making it so that people can still pick two professions, relatively easily be optimal in those two professions, so much so that they get that same feeling of self-sufficiency. They can make potions and flasks, or they can make enchants, or they can make gems, or they can make their own bits of gear that is significantly better than what they could otherwise buy on the auction house. So they feel as if they're working towards something that's of benefit to them. The hardcore 1% min-maxers will obviously have to choose. They'll have to, they'll have to weigh up, right, is picking enchanting better than picking jewel crafting? Should we all pick up this, or should we all pick up that? That's their problem. Blizzard has always said that the 1% will do what the 1% does. My overarching point of this is that Blizzard is most likely to make the game fun and enjoyable for the 99%. And if you make it so that the top quality stuff cannot be traded, you then have to choose which two professions you want to make the top quality stuff in, but you then can't have everything. You can have middle of the run quality everything. You can still stack up your buffs, and you can still stack up your enchants and gems and everything, but mid-tier stuff. There is some argument to be said that you could maybe then look at having the top quality stuff work through the work order system, so that you can then technically have the best of everything. But that, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'd need to think about that a little bit more. Yeah, it's siege time. Aiding the Accord this week is the siege, so... Because the obvious solution for Blizzard at the moment, based upon the sheer mass amount of people that are quite vocally against the current profession revamp, the most obvious and the most easy solution to this is post Dragonflight, scrap it all. Just revert back to the system that we had. Now, you know, it means that players can still just have dumbed down, super basic professions, and goblins will do goblin things and just have to deal with it. Unfortunately, the reality I suspect will actually happen, but my kind of thoughts is that surely there is a better solution than that, but that'll go against what they stated with their long-term goals for Dragonflight and beyond with evergreen systems and mechanics. It would, but Blizzard is not exactly scared of doing a 180. You know, like I said, they're in the entertainment game. Their business is entertaining people. Their business is not, you know, their business is to entertain as many people as possible, which is why what most people want, most people usually get. Whether it's strictly creating a better game or not is not always... Is this change going to bring more revenue to the company? If they keep this crafting system in play, what's the upturn of them turning around and saying we're scrapping the profession revamp and we're going back? Is that going to make more people happy or more people sad? What's that going to do? The entertainment business is about entertaining people. At the moment, the vast majority of players do not like the current profession revamp. I do think that the number one reason that they don't like the profession revamp is that they are no longer able to take advantage of it like they once were. They are no longer able to feel A, self-sufficient, or B, make gold with it. Only a small fraction of players right now are making gold with the professions. Everybody else just sees the professions as a complete, utter waste of time. And quite rightly, because to them, it is a waste of time. They're not wrong when they say it's a waste of time. Why would you waste your time putting the effort in to make something that is inferior to what some fancy-ass dude has spent 6 months being able to make? It is a massive waste of time for most of the players. And that's the problem. That Blizzard will then, because it's a waste of time to most players, feel no incentive to pump resources into maintaining a system that's a waste of time for most. Their obvious solution is to just revert it back to something that is not a waste of time for most. And I think the most obvious solution that they will probably be looking at is just a direct reversal of everything that they've implemented in Dragonflight. Which, you know, I wouldn't be happy to see. So much so, in fact, I think that if they did revert back to the previous 2 herbs plus 1 vial equals 1 potion system, it would probably be enough of a reversal for me to probably not want to play the game anymore. And I think many others would feel the same, that it's so much of a reversal that there is a percentage of players that will be like, well, you've just killed my enjoyment in the game completely. Two herbs, 1 vial is peak unintended comment. Shouldn't it be 2.5 herbs? I started a blacksmith engineer last week, got 98 and 72 points during 1 week, and that was without dragon shards or consortium rep or renown and that sort of stuff. See, this is why I don't strictly believe that there is much necessity for a catch-up system, because the system is already super front-loaded. Now, yeah, sure, in 1 week you can't max out your profession tree, and you can't be the jack of all trades, but you can definitely be the master of one very quickly. You can be, you know, if you want to start a new profession because you decide that, okay, this is an alt and you want to make a 418 piece of gear for an alt, you could make a 418 piece of gear in week 1 of having that character ding 70. I can nearly guarantee it. You know, if you tailor and beeline in one direction, you can become the master of one very quickly. You just can't be the master of everything very quickly. But that's kind of what people want, right? They want to be able to fill their spec tree and be the master of everything instantly, which is what I disagree with.
The Joradin are retreating. We will hold the field. Get in that fort and clear out any stragglers.
I'd rather go back to the old system, Legion-like with ranks and quests for recipes. The current system is not complex or entertaining. It's plainly boring since it focuses around grinding, time gating, and heavy RNG. It's not strictly RNG, though. This is the thing. It's often referred to as RNG, but it's not. It's statistics. It's percentages and statistics, which isn't RNG, because it's not random. It only feels random at a very small quantity, at a very small scale, but it's not random. There's nothing random about it at all. If you have a 15% multi-craft and you craft one thing, there's a very good chance, there's an 85% chance that you won't get multi-craft to proc. But, you know, you craft 100 things and you'll likely have a very statistically predetermined amount of stuff. It's not random. This is the thing. I know people use RNG as just a way, as a descriptor rather than a literal thing. I'm not picking on the grammatics too much here, but it's you know, it's math. It's simple maths. It's just the fact that most people don't want to do it and don't find it enjoyable, which is fine. But like I said, my point of all of this was trying to find that middle ground. Surely there's something that can be, you know, a halfway house. Because if the only solution is to just 180 and undo practically everything that's been implemented in Dragonflight, that's a sorry state of affairs, in my opinion. Add an optional vendor bought item to every recipe pattern to make it bind on use, so you could sell everything on the auction house instead of having to use work orders. I'm not too sure how that would really play out, but I know, like I said, I know it's a bit of a spicy take, because I was one of the biggest advocates for pushing back against all of the bind on pickup stuff in the first place. So for me to turn around and say that they should make more stuff bind on pickup, I understand why people are like, what the hell? Can I get to the feast as well? Just out of curiosity. I probably can, can't I? And I probably should. But like I said, I'm trying to make... This would actually result in there being more on the auction house than there is currently. My proposed fix is to make the top quality of everything bind on pickup, but everything under the top quality bind on equip. So say, for example, all of the gear, you could have quality 1 through till 4 pre-crafted and listed on the auction house. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. If you want to find somebody to craft you if you want a top quality one, you may either need to find somebody to craft that for you via a work order, or have that profession yourself and make it yourself and be self-sufficient in that way. You know, my theory of making only the top quality stuff bind on pickup would probably result in there being a lot more on the auction house, a lot more that's bind on equip, a lot more that's tradable than there currently is. Oh, I've run out of vigor. Oh dear, this is not going to help my case get into the flipping feast, is it? You're already advocating farming. We could see it coming if you advocating bind on pickup. I just think it's a difficult one. I think it's a difficult one because I would want to preserve some of the layers that they've added to professions, but I also fully understand and I fully appreciate why most people do not like the current profession revamp. I fully appreciate why people don't like it. Simply on the premise that it is a level of complexity and a level of unnecessary... You know, once you've had something and you've had it easy, it's no fun to have it difficult. The systems previously were very simple, and they have been very simple for 18 years. You add complexity to it, and it is natural to push back against it if you did not enjoy doing that thing in the first place, or if your only purpose for doing it was to generate an in-game currency. Those are the players that are probably the most vocal against the system as it stands now. People who primarily only use professions to A, make gold, or B, to make shit themselves so that they don't have to buy it, which is arguably the same thing in reverse, but... Just have several materials. The rarer the mats you use on an item, the better the quality. Add embellishments, like using different gems to add durability or make it glow, or use pigments to make it specific color. That kind of feels just like a completely different system entirely. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a thought I had. It was a thought I had because I'm more and more coming to the conclusion that the most likely outcome of all of this is that Blizzard just does a 180. They'll either do a 180 at the end of Dragonflight and remove it all, or they will basically nullify the entire system within Dragonflight itself. With some heavily aggressive knowledge catch-up system. So basically they just push everybody to the same stage. Now you could quite easily argue that that completely undermines all of the hard work and effort that they put into it, but it would be a quick fix, right? And we know how Blizzard loves a good quick fix. Let's turn this in. Boom. What's in me pot? Hang on, I should turn off my game sound for you guys. You've probably got your own fish noises. You probably don't want my fish noises on top. Tell you what, the amount of rep you get from this is really nice. Really nice. You can get the Aiding the Accord literally 50% done, even if you're like me and have got everything maxed to begin with. Oh, hello. We're remarkably close to a fish bag. We will probably get a fish bag by the end of this. Another chance at a dragon shard. Pre-grats on the pet charms. Yeah. Yeah, the most likely outcome. Have some pet charms. Great. Rep on the face is pretty good, especially for alts. Oh, yeah, for alts, it's outrageous. Because you're likely getting double, if not triple, the reputation. You can nearly fill your entire 3,000 reputation on an alt if it's a low renown alt. Just by doing one feast. What quests do I need to do? What's this? Stolen trinkets. We can do the stolen trinkets one. That's quite close to us anyway. We can... What's the other quest I need to do? Rigid Basilisk Hide. Where's that then? Oh, that's up there. Ah, we were just there, you know. I should have done that one while I was solving the crafting problem. First 20k profit from the day. Cooking. Reset day is fun, you know. If I was more inclined on actually making gold, I would probably be absolutely going ham with things like potions and stuff now. Reset day sales can be pretty spicy. This is one of the things, though. This is why I tend to feel that there's two very distinct categories of players that use professions. There's the... I mean, I know I've already gone over this, but there's the category of player that uses professions for the single purpose of making gold. And if they can't make gold with it, then the system's shit. There's the other category of people, more like myself, that enjoys collecting things, enjoys slowly working up to achieve, to put yourself in the position of being the master of all. You know, I enjoy gathering the professions. I enjoy getting the knowledge points. I enjoy unlocking all of the different bits and pieces and tinkering with the spec trees. I enjoy all of that. If I make gold whilst I do it, that is a bonus, but it's not the reason I do it. And when you split those two categories of people apart, you can quickly understand why some people like the system, some people hate the system. Oh, polished pet charms and pet bandages and 1,000 gold. So worth. So worth. Stupid game. Stupid game. Right. Those Paragon chests really need some TLC. If I'd spent 20 minutes turning in flipping fish to gain that, I would cry. Why am I here? Kill things. You mean you want more than bandages and pet charms? Shocking, right? Actually shocking. Like I said, though, I'm not convinced that my solution is the best solution. But what I am convinced of is that it would make it better than what it is now. Whilst there are some implications that have already been pointed out of that if you make the top quality stuff bind on pickup, it means that the optimized raiders would then need to choose which profession they use carefully. But boo-hoo, I don't know if that's the response people want, but it is a boo-hoo situation. It's there's a reason why you can only have 2 professions. I think top end raiders have always carefully had to choose which professions are most optimal for them. As long as they all offer some bonus and some flavor, then that's fine. But like I said, I understand we're weirdly in a position with Dragonflight now to where you can actually have everything if you want everything. You just have to buy it off somebody else. It's nearly almost more pay to win than it once ever was. I don't agree with everything being stripped from the auction house and having it only dealt with through the work order system. That's the number one reason why everything is bind on pickup right now, is it facilitates people using the work order system. But once again, if you made it so that only top quality stuff was bind on pickup and everything else below it was bind on equip and could be listed on the auction house, let's not forget it would also generate a huge amount more of an understanding of the value of stuff. 500 gold for a 418 mythic piece of gear as a tip is so insulting. I can't even begin to explain, which is the number one reason why I don't do it. When you look at the value of an equivalent, let's look at a mythic BOE on the auction house, for example. There's not a single 418 piece of gear on the auction house that is less than a few 100,000 gold. Yet people are only willing to pay like 500 gold as a tip for a crafted piece. It's madness. Actually bonkers. Now, I'm aware that the buyer of the crafted piece of gear has already put in a substantial amount of work to get the concentrated primal infusion, but that doesn't, the crafters also put in a remarkably large amount of effort to be able to even have that button to press for you. That is entirely being hemorrhaged out of the equation by people wanting shit for free. Oh, hang on. I could be here, actually, for one of my exceedingly soft skin, I think it is. There are so many Raiders, Mythic Pluses who don't want to do professions at all. Forcing these players to do professions would be a step back from the play only the parts of the game that you want. So many people would hate it. Are professions entirely optional now, though? Are they actually 100% optional? is there any... You need professions for Mythic Plus. This is the thing, you know. I'm not convinced that professions are so optimal nowadays that the alternative is such a terrible thing. Raiders pick up Alchemy Engineering rank 1 and are done with it. I don't know. I find I wrestle with this thought process a lot, because what I'm also not a fan of is when you break it down to, well, I don't want to do something. I don't want to do something, so fuck you who do want to do something. The system, you know, the system, if you don't want to do something, that should be fine that you don't want to do it. But that shouldn't also then be, you shouldn't have to make that thing that somebody doesn't want to do so mundane and boring that they don't want to do it, because that is a direct detriment to the people who do want to do it. This is a thought process that I wrestle with, and I don't strictly know what the solution is. Because the only way, seemingly, that you can make professions so mundane and simplistic that raiders don't like, how Snowflake and how soft are the Dragon Shard? How soft are the feelings of these raiders that if they have to level a profession to make the top quality potions for themselves, right? You're not even doing this for somebody else. You're doing it for yourself. I don't know. I find it very difficult that I don't want to do this, and so it should be shit for everybody else that does want to do it. Because if it's actually good, then I will want to do it, and I don't want to do it. It's a really tough argument to sell to me. It's one of those, part of raiding should be gearing up your character and going into the raid with the most optimal setup to efficiently kill the dragon, Either you do want to be optimal or you don't. If part of being optimal is playing with the profession system, then that should be part of it. I don't know. But you also, in a game, shouldn't have to do anything you don't particularly want to do. But you also need to own the responsibility that if you decide that you don't want to do it, that you may not be optimal. Why should everybody who does enjoy playing with the professions have to have a worse quality system because somebody else doesn't want to do them? Doesn't make sense to me. Where in the world are the things I'm meant to kill here? Oh, it's these things, basilisks. Okay. The crafting orders have been pretty fun internally for our guild. We have a spreadsheet of who could cover different things when we started Raid Progress. Like I said, I don't think to look at it objectively, I don't think the current system is bad in any way, shape, or form. Objectively, the profession revamp is not bad. There are players that do not enjoy it. But that doesn't mean the system is bad. There are players that don't feel that they're able to make gold with the crafting professions right now. That doesn't make them bad. It means that you're not able to make gold with them. They're two very different statements. If you learn to... okay, here's an example. If you learn to drive with an automatic gearbox only, does that make the manual Lamborghini a bad car? It doesn't make the manual Lamborghini a bad car. the fact that you're not able to harness it is not the Lamborghini's fault. It's your fault. You wouldn't then request that all Lamborghinis be made automatic because you only have the ability to drive an automatic. And I think there's a very similar thing with the professions right now. Most people claim that the profession revamp is bad for a reason that's very personal to them, and is often, I think, a false labeling of where the problem lies. It's not taking any form of ownership. The profession system is bad because I don't want to do a weekly quest every week to keep up with it. Why? Whose fault is that? Like, a lot of this stems from yesterday's video. I had lots of people turn around with comments on yesterday's video. Like, even so much as to say, like, whose side am I on? What do you mean, whose side am I on? Like, I want a better game, preferably for everybody. If you think something's bad because you're not able to make gold from it, that doesn't mean the system is bad. It shows a lack of understanding of how the economy works. And you need to understand what was the purpose of you doing a thing anyway. If the purpose of you playing with a profession was just to make gold with it, and you can't make gold from it, then don't do it. But then don't label the system as bad because you weren't able to take full advantage of it. That's probably what frustrates me more than anything else. People's subjective opinions influencing the direction of the game adversely. You'll win the argument with the car analogy. It's not subjective that WoW's pay to win. I agree. You can buy gold from somebody. You can buy gold, and there's practically nothing in the game that you then can't buy with gold. There's no doubt that it's pay to win. There are a few steps in the middle. I certainly wouldn't argue that WoW's not pay to win. Absolutely is. It's just luxurious that there is an alternative option. The reason most pay-to-win games get slapped down really fast is because the alternative doesn't exist. The alternative is that you either grind for an ungodly amount of time to achieve practically pennies. Luckily, World of Warcraft has a better alternative. It's not great right now, but there are times where it is better. Right now, I can play with the. Right now, players can play with the professions, or they can choose to ignore them and then just buy or order all the things. I don't see how taking this choice away would make the situation better. It's a very strong argument. That is a very strong argument. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, it's a middle ground, I think. It's a compromise. Aha, we've got the basilisk stuff now, okay. Elegantly engraved embellishment. I was very clearly trying to get that from the wrong mobs, if I remember right, this time last week. Ossified hide from the proto-drakes. We have to move our ass all the way to the start of Waking Shores for that one. I know that for a fact. Let's head over this way. Tell it to the top girls who pay thousands of dollars to be geared and then bragging about world first always makes me smile. I mean, that's an each to their own situation. Got a feeling that the actual Goblin economy is very, very niche and not a high priority of Blizzard. Raiding a Mythic Plus is 99% of the game's reach in terms of viewership. Oh, I mean, yeah, very much so. Like, they really don't, they're really not, and like I said, I don't know if you tuned in right from the beginning, but my main reason for this perspective is that I am nearly convinced now that Blizzard will just, like, either completely 180 backtrack at the end of Dragonflight from the current system that we have now for crafting, or they will just make it super duper fast to get to zerg everybody to the same point, right? They'll practically do like what they did with Renown in Shadowlands, where they just, here's a vendor that gives you 200 knowledge points, you know? They'll just boost everybody's ability to get to a normalized position again. In other words, just hemorrhaging the efforts that they've put into the system in the first place, and nullifying any of the bonuses that people have had by actually playing with it for a prolonged period of time. All because the outcry of the profession revamp is bad is so loud right now. It's, wow, that was a really quick way of getting that. Elegantly engraved embellishment. Why can't I remember where this comes from? Elegantly engraved embellishment. Rebel bruisers in Thaldraszus. Oh, those fellas. Okay. It's a difficult one for me to sort of discuss in detail, because I know, whilst I do feel that I'm quite good at looking at things objectively and not taking my own opinions and viewpoints, I can step out of the box and look at it in an objective way. It's very hard to also continue to do that for too long, because I do really enjoy the system as it is right now. I enjoy it because it really does appeal to my playstyle very aggressively. Running around, collecting things, tinkering with talent trees, it really does appeal to me very strongly. But I know that I am not the majority. I know very clearly that I am the minority of the players. And the system as it's built right now only appeals to me at the detriment of everybody else. Everybody else that tries to play with the profession system is fighting an uphill battle. And if you do not consider the current profession system to be your primary method of play, you might as well not bother. It very quickly becomes a huge waste of time. You should just buy tokens and buy everything that you need. That's your solution, which I also don't think is a great solution. Just like, you shouldn't at that point, why not just give everybody every profession? If you can just buy everything anyway, let everybody have access to buying everything. The fact that you can order and buy everything you want right now, why then shouldn't you then also be able to have all of the crafting professions and be 100% self-sufficient if you so choose to be? The same could be achieved of just giving everybody access to every one of the professions. One character, all the professions could equally achieve something very similar. Is the outcry about the professions really that loud? In my guild friend circle, nobody said it's bad, only it's not for me. But then I don't look at Reddit and such. And once again, it's my viewpoint on this might be slightly jaded by, you know, the platform that I've built, but there's not a single video that I've put out in the last 2 months that hasn't had huge amounts of people on it complaining that the system's bad, that it sucks, and that they don't like it, and that they would want it changed. You know, how many times have we seen the quality on public orders argument? Like the outcry for stuff like that has been pretty loud. Anybody that's tried to make any form of gold from the crafting professions this expansion, the vast majority of those people have turned around and complained that they don't like the system. And I'm not sure that as time goes on, Raiders, Mythic Pluses will have any strong feelings towards the system either. I mean, give it the first few weeks of the expansion, we had the issues with knowledge point allocation. That argument seems to be dying down a little bit now, as it's, you know, enough time has passed for most people to be able to right any wrongs. But the argument is still there by people who are sticking with it. Every day, every single day, not a day goes past without me seeing people complaining that they either don't know how the profession trees work, or that they have spent points in the wrong places, and wish that they'd spent points in other ways. That argument is not quite as vocal anymore, but it does still exist. I don't know. I mean, if it's not a problem, then nothing needs to change. But I think there is enough people complaining and naming it to be a problem that at least Blizzard are probably contemplating what, if any, change there should be made. Where is this dirt pile? It says it's down here somewhere. Oh, is this going to be in a cave that I'm not in? That's probably where. It's in here, isn't it? One more dirt pile. One more dirt pile, and then this dude is done. There is a lot of quality of life improvements. I'm not saying the system is perfect, not by any means. But I do think with a few quality of life improvements, the system could be very, very good. I already think it's remarkably good as it stands. But I do understand that it's very, very good at the detriment of other players. And that's one thing that, like I said, I don't particularly like. A system should stand out and be able to stand up on its own 2 feet. And if you choose not to engage with it, that's your prerogative. But it's kind of a bit weird at the moment that if you do go ham with professions, you going ham at the professions is actually making them worse for others. It's difficult. It's difficult. Never really cared about professions, to be honest. I made millions from gathering and kind of had fun, but crafting felt like it was dominated by people who did research in advance And so I decided it wasn't worth the effort. I mean, it was, and it is. The skill gap as it stands right now is baked into the professions. Previously, the skill gap was external to the professions. Everybody had the same, there was equality of opportunity with the crafting professions previously. Everybody had the opportunity to craft the same stuff using the same materials and to make the same, the inputs were the same as the outputs for everybody. There was equality of opportunity there, but it meant that the skill gap was external. The skill gap was cancel scanning like your life depended on the auction house. And people equally complained very aggressively about that. Now, the skill gap is baked into the professions a lot more. Once because unless you have the right stats and the right knowledge points and everything is in place there, you're not even going to press the button to make the thing in the first place. Maybe having the skill gap as an external thing to the professions just, made it less obvious to players. They didn't quite have this, the profession system as a whole was not under fire. Players who care that much about making gold should be able to take advantage of this system and make plenty of gold. As it stands right now, people do. Those who are ahead of the curve in things of, in terms of things like knowledge gain, are making gold hand over fist right now still. But the amount of people that are able to do that is so small. But if you go ham with PvP, you make it worse for others also. Yeah, but you are directly choosing to engage in player versus player. That's that is front and center. That is the name of the game. You are then going in to a scenario where your goal is to win. People don't look at crafting professions the same way, even though I do agree the auction house is very PvP. Always has been, probably always will be. You are competing against other players to sell a thing. He who tries hardest, he who, he who does it for longer usually wins. Will be interesting in 1 year into the expansion when nearly everybody has the knowledge points. I don't think we will get to that stage, honestly. I don't think we will without some sort of increase to the acquisition of them. There's roughly, and this is only roughly because each profession needs different knowledge points, but there's about 6 months worth of play that's needed to max out a profession. I don't think most people would stick it out for 6 months. I genuinely don't. I cannot see enough of the player base ever getting to the point where they max the trees. It certainly won't be common, I don't feel. Where is this damn... Oh, it's there. Boo. Where are all the goodies here? There's one. That's clearly in a cave somewhere. Where's this one? This one doesn't seem to exist. Somebody's already yoinked it. Give the masses back their mission table. I mean, a distraction method could also work. I mean, that's also an entirely viable possibility. A straight distraction method could also do it. Considering the outcry of the current outcry of that I can't make gold with crafting professions are pointless, is usually on the basis of that it's the number one part of the game to which most people, okay, probably number two, but either way, it's a very strong part of the game that most people look at as an avenue to make gold. A distraction tactic of giving players an alternative. I mean, this is what the mission table was. The mission table was very good at distracting players who didn't want to put the time and the effort into leveling up legendaries and their crafting professions and such in Shadowlands, a way of making some simple gold. And they could scale it with more alts and whatever. I don't agree that it was great content or great gameplay, but it was a way. Same with the callings. People could technically, if they really wanted to, just do a bunch of callings on a bunch of characters and get a reasonable amount of gold. But the focus is very heavily on... People fairly assumed that, okay, with a profession revamp, I should be able to play with professions now, and surely I can make a lot of gold with them, right? But the way the player-driven economy works doesn't really facilitate more than a handful of people ever making profit. For people to make profit, other people have to lose gold. It's a for every person that makes $1 million, somebody has spent $1 million. That's kind of what you got to remember, right? Where did that $1 million come from in the first place? The $1 million gold profit that you made that month was because a combination of people lost a bunch of gold that month. Either buying your consumables that were then consumed, or, cannot find a dirt pile anywhere. I'm going to go back to Anaran Plains because I know that place is usually pretty good for them. And I know the route off by heart. This is actually the most time-consuming part of the knowledge grind every week for me. Flipping dirt piles, man. Jesus. I hate the undercut cancel scan meta. Well, they partially resolved that by making 50% of crafts bind on pickup. You can't cancel scan against something that can't be listed on the auction house. It still obviously exists on materials and potions and consumables and stuff, but they, at least in that scenario, at least they did give an alternative. The cancel scan meta is gross, but the cancel scan meta is like I mentioned, it's the external skill gap to crafting professions. How can you become more optimal at gold making with crafting professions when everybody has normalized components? Well, you cancel scan more. What's the lesser of two evils here? Because there's no doubt in my mind, if you revert the system back to a BFA mode, all of a sudden the bots and cancel scanners win again. So what actually is the lesser of two evils here? Is it that most people feel that crafting is boring and don't even bother? Or is it that everybody feels that crafting should be good and everybody tries to do it, but then everybody loses a bunch of gold because they craft a bunch of stuff and then can't sell the damn thing? One of my biggest complaints with the Shadowlands system was, simply put, that for every person that made 10 million gold crafting and selling legendaries, there was probably 20 people who spent a shitload of gold trying to level them up to only never even make their gold back. Like, the amount of gold people lost trying to get into the legendary market was actually bananas. Because it was not strictly advertised. You know, the adverts were out there. The vocal opinion was out there that you know, Shadowlands was the get rich quick scheme. Every man and their dog at least considered getting into the legendary market. Some of those that had the gold to be able to attempted it. But there was also a large amount of people then that only after spending millions of gold on materials and crafting things did they then come to realize that selling the things was actually the hard bit. Selling the things was nearly impossible for most, because unless you were sat at the auction house all day, you didn't sell them. And so how many people ended up losing millions of gold in Shadowlands trying to like craft and sell stuff? At least in Dragonflight, most people are not losing millions of gold. People are not making millions of gold, but at least most people are not losing loads of gold because they have no desire to craft the thing in the first place and lose the gold crafting it up front. Most people look at their profession and go, nothing is profitable. There's nothing for me to craft. Hereby, they're useless. At least they've learned a lesson without any expense. Is that all the knowledge points? I think that's all of them. Okay, I have a reputation problem. It's remarkably more difficult to gain reputation on a character that's already maxed their reputations. I'm 1700 out of 3000. I really don't want to start doing world quests just for rep gains. That feels really gross. Done the feast. Yeah, done the feast, done the siege. I could do some hunts. I need 1500 rep. Fish turn in for easy 700 rep. That's true. That's true. Let me have a quick look at what fish I've got. Is the game smart enough to let me just search for the word fish? It's not going to let me search for anything. Oh, okay. What? Really? Surely there's more fish in here somewhere. Maybe they are the only fish I've got? No, surely not. How many of each fish is it you need for the first turn-ins of the week? Is it 20 of each? How do I not have 20 of each fish? That seems wildly crazy. I've probably just vended them all in the past. That's probably why. And I don't pick up the Tuskar tackle boxes on this character anymore. That's probably why. Why do half my buttons not work? Something weird's going on. My UI is going crazy. Why can I not click on most stuff? Hang on. Let's do a reload. Something mad's going on. Lost 5 mil just trying to craft devotions back in the day. A lot of people lost gold from that. Inspiration made us poor. That's probably slightly true. I'm not saying that your scenario isn't true, but I'm just saying the overall is probably, yeah, there's probably a bit of that going on. Okay, Illyrian Seamoth, TSM, deselect all groups, Dragonflight materials, fish. Oh no, hang on. Ow, I've not... okay, Dragonflight materials, fish, shopping scan. Right, scale bellies. $20 scale bellies, temporal dragon heads. I'm only using TSM because I can't remember the name of all the fish. And I've got them grouped up already. But actually this is remarkably slow. Another reminder why you don't use TSM for shopping. Temporal Dragonhead, Illyrian Seamoth, we've got 1000 Bite Piranha. Scale Belly Mackerel, we've done. Cruelian Spinefish. Who's reset the prices on all the goddamn fish? Somebody saw me coming. Yeah, I'm sure. These fellas. Islefin, Dodoros. Okay. Huh. Why is my incandescent curio here? Why did that not loot? Yoink. Where's the fish place today? Is it down here? Great fish, gather. Have some scale bellies. Have some 1000 bite. Have some seamoth. Have some spinefish. Have some dragonhead. And have some islefin. There we go. Where are we up to now? 2500. Let's just bang out a couple of quests real quick. Kill a couple of rares. Oh, late to the party. Oh, I'm not doing this one. This one's gross. Let's do a couple of dragon riding ones. We should be good. Once you complete the aiding the accord in this tune, send the tokens to your alt to cut down the time. Yeah, I'm funneling all my tokens to my mage right now. Because the mage is the character that I'm probably least excited about the rep grind for. Yet my mage is a tailor and a scribe, so at least for tailoring, there are a fair amount of rep gaining that I would need to do. But fuck me, mage world content is painful. So the likelihood is that I will probably funnel all tokens to that character just to minimize the pain. It's not the most optimal way of doing it, but it's the sanity aspect that's a bonus to me. But you're right, yeah. Funneling all forward is smart. How do I get it there with no vigor? This is embarrassing. Ouch. Right, let me grab a drink. Six characters fully capped. So many tokens that I don't have any use for them. Sheesh. 6 characters capped. My goal is to have 4 characters capped. With 4 characters capped, all of my crafting professions are good. 6 characters capped though. That's a lot of questing. That's a lot of world quests. That's a lot of rep grind. Fair play. Don't raid, solo content and goal making is all I do now. I mean, I fall in the same category and I've not got 6 characters capped. That's still an achievement, my friend. Don't downplay it.
Nicely done. You and your Drake are exceptional.
Climbing gear's gross. Kill insects, that's an easy one. Bit of Valdrakken rep. Although I should be focusing on ones that actually provide more. But this is an easy one. Insects World Quest is annoying? Really? You just fly about.
The skies are swarmed with pests. Could you fly through and clear them out?
Drift through a bunch of bugs. Don't even have to dismount. Although they probably could do with making a dragon riding car wash after this. I am kind of glad though that with the world quests in Dragonflight that they didn't do a Shadowlands on us. I don't know how many of you remember Shadowlands world quests in patch 9.0 were offensively slow to complete. At least this way it's a bit easier. I remember many world quests in Shadowlands taking like upwards of 20 minutes to complete, which was not fun.
Excellent work.
Boom. Okay, right, where are we off to now? Current allergy's strong today. Stream sponsored by Honda. Unfortunately not. I'm not pacifying frogs. I refuse. What we got going on in the Naran Plains? We should probably do that one anyway. There's a big amount of big rewards on that one. Oh, we hit a wall. Wasn't watching where I was going. What else could I do or need to do on this character? I could have done some hunts, actually. I need to do some hunts on this toon.
Hey, how you doing?
Go, go, gadget, go. Probably turn some dragon shards in, actually. How many of these things have I got now? I got 5. Can you turn ones in that are in the bank? Hang on, you're not the right one. Who are you? Now, if I was smart about things, I'd have actually allocated all of my dragon shards to leatherworking, because I think the grand total knowledge points that can be obtained is significantly higher in leatherworking than it is in jewel crafting. And I'm quite clearly at, you know, somewhat equal rep gains or knowledge gains per week. Gonna cap jewel crafting way before I cap leatherworking at this rate. I feel bad for blacksmiths. I think blacksmiths have it the worst. I think there's some 800 plus knowledge points or something you need with blacksmithing. Pretty crazy number. I won't spend these just yet because I'm in no drastic need, but... Oh, 12 minutes on my Hearthstone. Boo. Did you notice they make the relics account wide on the factions that you have max rep for? Yeah. I mean, that's been a big boost for some of my alts to be able to very quickly and easily gain some renown levels. Actually, the majority of the rep that my mage has is because of because of tokens. Right, back to Valdrakken then. Let's turn some stuff in. Lord, can't turn off loot collection mode. If anything, actually, these Dragon Isle supplies stacking up is going to be really helpful. I've got 13,000 Dragon Isle supplies, which I don't think is a massive amount of them. But if you if you dare to look in all the things, you'll very quickly realize that if you want to collect all the things, you need hundreds of thousands of the damn things. You can alleviate the problem by having a couple of alts, but I must be on some pretty good shards, you know, right now. I can't move more than 10 foot without finding something to pick up. Hey, dragon shard. See, that's why we do it. That's the second one today. Clearly the game thinks I'm behind. It's not an upgrade. Ignore. Oh, hang on, hang on. Is this the one in the cave? Where is it? Where's me bomb? Streamer privilege. Manthy's seen more shards today than I've seen in the last 3 weeks. You win some, you lose some. You'll get them. Stick at it, you'll get them. Oh, I should probably do the Storm's Fury as well. I didn't think about that. Maybe later. Oh no, more dirt piles. Can't do that in combat? Who am I in combat? What am I in combat with? Still in combat? What the world is going on? There we go. Yeah, it's kind of like Animo in disguise, I'm not gonna lie. The problem is that more people were aware that they needed Anima at the beginning. Less people are quite aware of how needed these things are right now. But this is a god tier shard, you know. I can't move more than 5 inches without finding a treasure to pick up. This is wonderful. I wish I was on an ult right now that needed them. Okay. Somebody at Blizz watching the stream, that's the profession dude, right? We need some good PR that up his shard drop rate. How gross would it be if that was the way though? Another scout pack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right. We are back in Valdrakken now. Eventually. You watch, I'll get a dragon shard out of this as well. 3rd dragon shard of the day? Can we do it? 3rd of the day. Ah, never lucky. Never lucky. Okay, send these over to Mr. Major Rooney. Hang on, let me fix my bags because they're gross again.
I have many, many wares. Good fortune to our friends.
5,723 metal. This is becoming a bank problem. That's a lot of artisan's metal. I don't have anywhere near that much. I mean, I don't think I've got that much across my entire account. 5,378 is what I have across my entire account. One of those, 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 one of those. Plus any turn-in, hand-in jobbies. Where's the artifacts? Where's the... There. There. No Tuskars ones? Didn't do the hunts, so I haven't got any Centaur ones yet. That'll do, I suppose. Okay. At least for now, then, I think that's mostly this toon done. Mostly this toon done. Never Lucky should make a toon with that name. I think I do on one of my realms somewhere. Right, next fella. This dude actually might cap some renowned trees today. From yesterday, we are in a pretty good spot on this toon. Hopefully, with a little luck today, we'll cap out Centaurs. We'll cap out... Let's have a look. Dragon Scale will probably get to max today. Centaurs will get to max today, I would hope. 9 minutes for the feast, actually. We'll head over and do a feast as well. That'll help us work towards 30 with the Tuskars. We're unlikely to get Valdrakken to max, unfortunately. But that will happen over time. So yeah, we'll get 2 factions capped out today, I reckon, on this dude. Which means we can then generate more tokens for alts. Let's grab everything. Let's grab everything and head over to the feast, I reckon. That's probably the smartest move. One of you.
Show me your hands.
One of you.
Hey, how
One of
you
you,
doing?
one of you, one of you. Who is this? Blacksmithing and enchanting. Enchanting's down here.
Our flight
One of
has
you.
much to offer.
Blacksmithing's up the top. Let's grab the Accord quest.
The Isles welcome you.
When's the next Dragonbane keep? 38 minutes. We'll probably get that done on this dude as well.
For the glory of the dragon.
Pick that up, even though I'm probably not going to do it. What else am I missing? Let's grab the Storm Surge quest.
Your needs can be met here.
The thing I dislike most about the current system is, though, no matter how hard you try, how hard you specialize, you can't guarantee the maximum rank for recipes that require like 300 plus skill. There's you Yeah, I wasn't I mean, I kind of know why they did it, but I wasn't particularly a fan of that either, if I'm honest. That felt really sneaky, I guess is the right word, in terms of the fact that you don't learn that that is how it works until you get there. And in the time it took you to get there, and then the knowledge points you spent trying to get there, could have most definitely be better spent elsewhere. To get so close but so far, to, you know, almost be able to touch the finish line but not cross it. And I should point out that that is by design. Feels more than sneaky, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of an odd one, that. Right, let's head down towards the feast. We'll do that. We need some crystal quills, which we'll probably start grabbing from there. Actually, it might take us a while to even cruise over there if we're lucky with treasure drops. What's going on here? What quest is this? Oops, didn't mean to land in the water. Crystal quills. Can we get quills from around here somewhere? I don't think there's many quills to be had around here. Oh, there's you, I suppose. Oh. Well, that was a waste of cooldowns, wasn't it? Oh, I always forget that my keybinds change when I'm dragon riding. It's a bad combination, you know. Usually one of my pull abilities is on number 2. Then number 2, whilst I'm dragon riding, is also Skyward Ascent for me. It's kind of a bit of a bad combination. Means I often end up doing that weird zoom up into the air and then quickly dismount situation. Alright, there's 12. Can we get this one done quickly before we have to then really zoom to the feast? Although, we're probably not going to need to be at the feast for the full 15 minutes. Is it going to be... Although, for the purpose of rep, it might be sensible to be there for 15 minutes. It's easy rep at the end of the day. There we go. There's our quills. To jump back to the previous frustration with not being able to quite cross the finish line, that really is something that I suspect will be an easy thing for Blizzard to patch in probably 10.1. My suspicion is 10.1. One thing that they will probably do, there'll be some way, and we don't obviously know yet exactly what that way will be, but there'll be some way in 10.1 to increase the item level of your crafted gear, right? 418 is the cap right now. I suspect somewhere near 440 would probably end up being the cap. 435, 440, something like that would end up being the cap for crafted gear next patch. There's usually about a 13 or so item level jump. Or is it 30? I don't know, whatever. Either way, whatever the item level will be for the mythic gear next patch, there'll be some way to upgrade to that. But also, I suspect that one thing they'll probably do, and it seems like quite an obvious thing to do, is to give us another tier of profession tools. Tier 3 profession tools, which offer an additional amount of skill on them. Whereas currently, we have tier 2, and it's 10 plus 6 plus 6, so plus 22. I tend to feel that we'll get tier 3 quality tools, which will give us enough extra bonus skill to push us past that close but no cigar situation we're in with many crafts now. So whereas today you often have to rely on inspiration bonuses and give away the tier 2s for free and make profit on tier 3s, or sell all of them at somewhere near the same price and it feels weird. Whatever the situation is, I think a tier 3 set of tools will make it, will fix, it's not strictly a problem, but it will be just enough to push people past. And it will then change the markets quite dramatically as well. It will then mean that more people will be able to guarantee quality 3. And it goes one step towards normalizing things a little bit more. When everybody can guarantee quality 3, then everybody can then start working more towards having more resourcefulness, more multi-craft. And it's one variable away. It's a soft upgrade, I suppose.
My tusk will be bigger than a mammoth.
Yeah, Crafter's Mark version 2, whatever it is, whether they make them optional reagents or whether it's another, primal infusion type thing. It makes a lot of sense for them to just be optional reagents, because when you're crafting stuff as it stands at the moment, it's all there. There's ways for the boxes are already there to slap in a Crafter's Mark type thing that does the same as what the infusions do now, but just a different name. Instead of bumping it by 30 recipe difficulty or 50, maybe it requires 75 additional recipe difficulty. Maybe that extra 25 on top of this comes from a tier 3 set of tools. They don't have to reinvent the wheel to give us like a new phase of crafting for the next patch. Alright, when does this start? Apparently it's up and running. Why are we not go gadget go? Here we go. There's the soup quality. Let's go!
Right.
I would lean towards an optional reagent that increases the skill by 50 plus. Yeah, there's a few ways they can do it. I mean, dare I say it, with all of this artisan's metal that's going to be kicking about, when people now seemingly have... Because once you've got your tools, we were just talking earlier how people are stacking up artisan's metal now. That once you've got your tools, you don't really particularly have too much to spend your artisan's metal on. Other than the obvious... what's the flipping thing called? Oh my god, my brain's crapped out on me. Illustrious Insight. A bigger, more powerful, more potent version of Illustrious Insight is a possibility, an option for them, I'd imagine. That thing gives plus 30, a plus 50 equivalent for the next patch, for example. There's options there. Or potion vial experimentation. I would imagine, I've been pretty casual with my alchemy, and I think there's only 2 vials I'm still missing. And I've been like super casual with pressing the button. There's been entire weeks where I don't think I've pressed the button at all. Surely most alchemists worth their salt have got all of the stuff now. Oh, I'm doing feast mode with sound on again. My bad. What about catch up for somebody that starts playing in 10-1? Catch up for what? We already know in 10.0.7, one thing they are doing is I'd put this in video form, they're changing the requirements for public orders, which I suspect, obviously it's only a guesstimation here, but I suspect will mean that there'll be a lot more public orders from people trying to get shit for free. But crafters will be able to use those not strictly as a free catch-up, but as an easier way to level up their professions, to appease those who are stuck at like 60, 70 points, to get those up to 100. That you could argue is a catch-up in a way, making it easier for players at a cost. Most catch-up is not always free. There's usually a cost involved with it, but for profession knowledge, this is an opinion that I know most don't share, but I don't think there needs to be a catch-up for profession knowledge. From a gameplay perspective, there doesn't need to be a catch-up for it, because you don't need a full profession tree to be optimal in any single market. There's probably no more than about 150 knowledge points that you actually need to be 100% efficient at crafting something, of which can be obtained very quickly and easily. So my opinion on this, and like I said, opinions are, everybody's welcome to their own opinion. My opinion is that you don't need a catch-up. But that doesn't take away from the fact that other people feel like they do need to catch up, because other people don't feel as if it's complete until they've got the trees full. That's where there's a matter of opinions that, differ. Love me some ketchup. But I don't know what Blizzard will do. The reality is Blizzard usually goes with the Blizzard usually takes the easy road is not the right word, but the path that will please the most people. And the path that will please the most people is if they just put a vendor somewhere that gives you 200 knowledge points. If they just put a vendor where you can buy a one-time book for 200 knowledge that you can just buy, then hey presto, everybody gets their catch-up system that they've so desperately wanted. Without, if the quantity is somewhat controlled, let's look at it from the perspective that people that have been playing since day one right now are at, if you've got 350 knowledge points in your profession right now, you're pretty much on track, right? Anything above 350 is good going now. Anything above 350 is good going. So let's say they give if in patch 10.1, Rabul just sells you a book, a one-time book that gives you 200 knowledge points. That doesn't diminish totally the effort that's been put in by people throughout 10.0. But 200 knowledge points on top of the 150 front-loaded that you can get very quickly and easily with your profession is great, right? What it doesn't, what I wouldn't know how they would control it actually is because that's not strictly catch-up, because the people that have already put in all of the effort could also then buy the book. So I don't know I don't know exactly how that sort of simple solution would work, but... Glorious insight should be provided by the one who wants the item crafted. Change the way that the racial bonus works so you can either scroll them to your character or that they don't have a real impact. Make insane profession trinkets as well as some potential legendary items from crafting. Woo! Some spicy topics in that one. A quest that just gives you a batch of knowledge until you have 300, both combining spent and unspent. Yeah, so something like that. I don't know what approach Blizzard will take, but I think that they will. Like I said, I don't strictly believe that there needs to be one, and I don't even think Blizzard thinks that there needs to be one. Because obviously Blizzard designed the system. They know how it works. Blizzard are aware that you only need, 150 or so knowledge points to be tippity top at any one thing that you choose to craft. That's kind of the point, right? You start being specialist in one area, and then once you're the specialist in that one area, you can choose what area you want to be specialist in next. That was kind of the design philosophy of the professions from day one, that you become the specialist in one area and other people become a specialist somewhere else, and then you share the knowledge. And that has actually been pretty well achieved, I think, generally. So this is why I think Blizzard have also been almost radio silent on this whole catch-up for knowledge thing. Probably because they don't strictly agree with the mass demand for a catch-up system for it. And I'm not sure why people are so insistent for a catch-up system on the knowledge points, because the same people I feel who want a catch-up system are the people that don't really care about professions anyway. So why are you once again taking away from those that do like it and have liked it and have played with it? It's another one of those, I don't want to do it, so I want it for free, but I want that would then be at the detriment to everybody else. If you know... Actually don't like the idea of catch-up. It could have the potential to make individual crafting work meaningless because everybody can do it. I've been quite vocal about this for a long time. I don't particularly like there being catch-up systems so frequently anyway. This is an MMO. This is not... There are some aspects where you have to understand the game that you're playing. It is an MMO. It's an RPG. The fundamental point of a game is that you progress through something. Catch-up systems should be used, in my opinion, far more sparingly than they are now. What you want to do is you want to make sure that the majority of the player base has the bare minimum to achieve to compete in something, right? The bare minimum to go into the raid, the bare minimum to be able to do something. This is why I didn't agree with, the people who were quite vocal, and Max was the biggest one for this. Obviously, he's got the biggest platform to stand on, being the guild master of a world first guild. But Max's complaint that he didn't feel as if he would, the thought of having to run 100 or so Mythic Plus dungeons to get a full set of 418 crafted gear, he thought needed a catch-up system for. And I disagree with that, because the point of having that ult in the first place, you don't need a catch-up system that pushes you to the top. You need a catch-up system that brings you to the bottom of what's acceptable. And so in profession terms, I don't think there really needs to be much of that anyway. But even if there absolutely has to be a catch-up system, it should be no more than 100 or so knowledge points, I think. Because there still should be some progression ahead of you. If, for example, if you compete in Mythic quality content on the regular, then it's understandable that a catch-up system should bring your ults up to the entry level for Mythic content. The entry level for Mythic content is somewhat of an, half a set of heroic gear should be the entry level to Mythic content. You shouldn't have a catch-up system that pushes you to fully Mythic geared. That doesn't make any sense. That's wanting to have your cake and to eat it. All right, 1200 rep done. Nice. Siege in 15 minutes. Get a few off this list done in the next 15 minutes. Catch up makes it easier for returning players, though. Yeah, and that's why I said catch up. There's no strict objection for catch up in any way, shape, or form. You should have catch up systems in place, but the catch up should bring it to the entry level that is required to compete. And so in crafting terms, to be able to compete, you only need 100 or so, 150 knowledge points to be able to compete. Now, actually, a lot of that is front-loaded when you pick up a profession anyway. But if they gave every entry-level player, anybody that, up to the first 200 knowledge points in a profession, make them almost instantly fast to get. And anybody that's already got 200 knowledge points, well, you've already got them. Is the way it should probably be done. How they implement that, though, I don't know. Blizzard have the calculations at hand. Whatever catch-up they implement for knowledge, it should set you back, at best, 3 to 4 weeks behind somebody who's stuck with the system week in, week out. Like I said, right now, if you are somewhat, 350 plus knowledge points is on track right now. If you've been doing your weeklies every week and you've been playing somewhat consistently, 350 knowledge points is probably about where you're at. Now, obviously, part of that is actually also, let's not forget, 350 knowledge points means that you have also got Artisans Consortium Max, and you've picked up the books from there. You've probably also got all of these factions leveled up as well. So of that 350, probably quick numbers, 75 to 100 of that is come from actual quite a lot of hard work and effort on that character's part. So if Blizzard were to get people to like 200 knowledge points quickly and easily, I think that makes a lot of sense. Where do we need to go to get some of this stuff, actually, before I just aimlessly fly around? Screensaver on the TV. Give us the fish back. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. I could put the fish back up, I suppose. Is there a catch-up in the game that goes too far, in your opinion? A catch-up that goes too far? Not currently, because there isn't really much of any catch-up system in place at all, as it stands right now, because we're in the first patch. But I'm still a little bit old school in terms of that. I think that it's, at least in terms of like raiding and stuff, you should progress through one raid to the next, to the next, to the next, even within the current expansion. So if you start halfway through an expansion, I still feel that you should have to progress through the raids. But I also feel that there should be good reason for you to want to do that, which is the difficult part. And that also means that, you know, I mean, that's a tried and tested thing, right? But it's I'm of the opinion that, you know, catch-up systems bringing people up to what practically nullifies the entire past raid the second you leave that place is probably something that I personally think goes too far. I don't think the catch-up systems within the same expansion should be as potent as they are generally. Nullifying entire content patches just because something new's come out, I don't think adds value. Oh, hang on, I'm in a raid. This doesn't work in a raid, does it? Or does it work in a raid? Oh, it does work in a raid. This doesn't really work very well in a raid, actually, since you still have to get the tag on shit, and stuff dies practically instantly. Can I find a group that's not a raid? What about you? Showing the TBC routes. Yeah, I think so. I do tend to feel that at least within an expansion. Yeah, I know we have patches and whatever, but at least within an expansion, it does make a lot of sense for you to progress through the content of that expansion. It goes to add value to them adding more patches, you know? That with every patch within an expansion, there is yet more for you to do. Obviously, if you've already done some of it, great. But for somebody joining towards the end of an expansion, there is then... It's almost, in my opinion, it's a bigger selling point, right? If you join halfway through an expansion, you've got the entire expansion's worth of stuff to do. It's all good, right? I don't know. Put the TV behind you and project your chat onto it. That would be quite clever, actually. There's nothing to say I couldn't put a TV up there and do just that. Buy a cheap 40-inch TV or something. So for the personal question, do you breathe with your mouth a lot or are you just sick? Fucking hell. I breathe with my mouth because if I don't breathe, I die. And quite often when I'm both talking and don't shut up, it's you need to breathe occasionally. I've never thought about it. One thing I would say though is that the actual this thing is terrible on this microphone. So there are some plosives that get through, that's for sure. Did he just call you a mouth breather? I also tend... one thing I have noticed is that I tend to idle with my mouth open. That doesn't always mean I'm breathing through my mouth, though. I don't know what that means. Stop breathing. Shocking, right? That thing isn't for plosives, it's for wind. I don't have wind either, yo. Unbelievable, the insults today. Shocking. Streamer can't catch a break. Aha! I'm using keybinds that are not on this character. I was in hunter mode then. I tried to disengage, and I'm on a paladin. That doesn't work. Shows how little I actually pay attention while I'm doing this. Shit, hang on. Siege. 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes on the siege. We're good. Woo! Trying to word it correctly. Can't ignore my medical training. I heard the way that you breathe, and often I hear people that have deviated septums. I have no idea what that is. Actually, no idea what that is. Has there ever been a second Dragon Shard World quest? I've not actually seen since we randomly had one that 1 week. I've not seen it since. Genuinely not seen it since. On any of my characters, which makes me think that they accidentally turned something on. Some intern pressed a button that they didn't mean to. I'm not sure, you know, because I've never seen one since. Deviated septum's a warlock talent. Look into getting a pop filter, those screens for in front of it. I've heard that actually the trick is just to get the Shure SM7B thing, because the foam on that's a lot thicker. It basically makes this mic sound not exactly like a SM7B, but it removes a lot of the... it's just a better filter. I just need to buy one. I don't particularly want the big pop filter and stuff because it's just more stuff in the way. I already tried to kind of like try and keep it out. I don't know. I can't have it completely out of shot, but I would, given the option, would probably have it completely out of shot. There we go. Right, I got 3 minutes to get over to the siege. Where am I going? Where am I going? This way. Can I get the Primalist Charm while I'm here? What do we think the odds are of me being able to get the Primalist Charm en route? Basically, some people are born with a crooked nasal breathing canal, so they go their life breathing with their mouth, which is not particularly healthy. Do you snore when I sleep? Jesus, I didn't realise I was getting a full medical here. My wife does claim I snore, but I would also point out that the main reason I feel that I snore is because I'm not exactly in perfect health. I sit playing video games all day. I'm very aware that my overall health is not perfect. And so that is being worked on, but it is a process, a slow one. Okay, I'm not going to make it, am I? I'm going to need to head over to the siege, me reckons. I've got 1 minute. I'm not obese or anything. No, I for my height, my BMI index thingy, whatever, is still within normal tolerance. But that doesn't strictly mean that I'm happy with, you know, my weight. I could do with losing a few. Oh shit, no health. Right, let's can that one for a minute. Siege in 16 seconds. Go, go, go. Maybe I'll just chill by Captain Lancer. Time to go knee deep in Clunge. Wow, that's another story completely. I didn't even need to look at the name. Didn't even need to look at the username there. I knew exactly who it was. Where are we going? Where are we going? This way. Where is everybody? Hello? Okay, there's nobody here yet. What's going on? Haha. Just gonna leech the siege, pretty much. People do cosmetic surgery every day just to look better. It all started for breathing reasons. Sure. I'm pretty convinced I don't have any sort of breathing problem. I'm just relatively convinced I'm just unfit. It's really quite simple. That if my diet was better, if my lifestyle was better, I would feel better. Shock horror. It's no surprise there. And that includes breathing. More pellets. Yeah. Lug another 4 ton of fucking pellets into a silo. That would sort your cardio for a few days. Jesus, who knows? I mean, you know, I'll have to start thinking about going to the doctor and having the old finger up the bum situation. It's getting there. It's getting to that time. Can you record yourself at night or have a smartwatch to track your SPO? You're talking a foreign language, my friend. What the fucking hell's an SPO? I don't even track my gold per hour, never mind my SPO. Jesus. Snores per orange? I don't know. What's an SPO? God, like you wouldn't mind. Is there a word SPO in Finnish? I have no idea. Some people pay a lot for that. In certain parts of the world, I'm sure they do. It's basically a track of your air lung capacity. Oh. Can see if you're breathing badly at night. I have no idea. No clue. I'm going to be honest, I've pretty much never thought about it. Like I said, I'm quite convinced that all, if any, problems are just due to the fact that my lifestyle is not overly healthy. A significant drawback of playing video games for a living is that I tend to sit down for way many hours than I actually should. Sitting down, you know, being seated for often 10 hours plus a day is terrible for you, I'm very aware. Right. Fly! Lancer mode. Let's go, go, go. Get wrecked, Lancer. Every smartwatch has the option, but I'll stop the rant. Feel like I'm overstepping. Oh, you'd know if you were overstepping. I'll just ignore you. It's really simple. One thing I learned very quickly as a streamer is if somebody says something in chat that you don't want to deal with, just ignore it. Then it's not there anymore. It's problem gone. If I acknowledge something, it's fine. And and you know, one day when we become a 10k Andy, you'll just get banned by a mod and it'll be fine. Problem solved. Right. Dragonbane box. Oh, all the goodies. Is that technically an upgrade? Go on. Yoink. 392 from a box. I'll take it. Right. What were we actually doing before we came all the way over here? We were. What were we doing? Primeval Earth fragments. We're roughly in the right spot for those. We go over there, don't we? Go to a doctor, drop your pants. Only when requested. Learned that the hard way. That nurse was not happy. I only went in for a filling, mind, but, you know. Who's stolen the cave? Where's he gone? Where's the cave? Hang on, I'm way in the wrong area here. Okay. My finger hurts. Drop your pants. If you're trained, you can easily tell the difference between a mouth breather and being out of breath. Not using mouth breathing as an insult. I do think a lot of the time on stream, it is genuinely being out of breath. Just because I don't shut up. If I stop talking for more than 10 seconds, I might actually catch my breath. And I'll probably be fine. and that is entirely due to being just unhealthy generally. I mean, you see me drink this way too often. I'm aware of my downfalls. Well, hey, that was really quick. We've gone weeks where that's taken me hours to get. What's next? What's next? Primalist Charm is the last one. Holy smoke. Progress. Progress, boys and girls. We didn't kill the world boss even. Let's kill the world boss. That's some good rep. Cancelled? What? Full? Son of a... Is it up on my realm? If it's up on my realm, I'll just start the group myself. I just asked Bing to make me a Trade School Master string. Can it do that now? Is it going to put me out of a job? Doesn't the dude spawn around here somewhere? Oh, he's dead. No, that's not him. I can help you with making a string for selling with the Trade School Master add-on for World of Warcraft. A string is a format that Trade School Master uses to import or export groups of items or settings. You can use tools like Official Trade School Master Group Maker to generate a string from the item links or IDs. You can also use an add-on like Trade School Master String Converter 1 to convert item links into item IDs or vice versa. What do you want to sell? Wow. This is what I think I find quite funny with this chat GPT and, you know, AI search thing. Is that even when it's wrong, it's so hot damn confident about it. It's so confident that it actually makes you question what you know already. What do I want to sell? Ask it how to, I don't know, how to sell. I mean, I don't think we should try and trick it just yet. We should be legit about it. Battle pets. Ask it ask it for an operation for selling battle pets. And I want to see how confidently it gets it wrong. Because I'm quite sure it will, but... Be more specific, profitable battle pets. Oh, Lord. Primalist Charm, let's go this way. Shit, what time is it? I should probably take these dogs out for a pee before too long. I see battle pets are a type of companion that can be collected and used in pet battles in World of Warcraft. There are many kinds of battle pets, such as humanoid, undead, mechanical, bistro, blah, 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 blah. Some of the best battle pets, according to sources, are the Anubisith Idol, Unborn Valkyr, Mechanical Pandarian, Dragonling, Weeb Abomination. This is actually surprisingly good. Do you have any specific pets that you want to sell? Spectral Tiger Cub. Let's throw it in the deep end. It's actually surprisingly accurate as well, because they are some of the better pets for pet battles, at least to my very limited knowledge, but... If you were, you know, if you were completely new, that's remarkably valid information. I mean, it does knock on a bit, you know. It does seem to overload you. It is almost showing off. but there's my Primalist Charm. Jeez, this has been easy. Okay. Feasting 47. We are 25.75 out of 3,000. Give me an easy one then. Give me an easy one. I could do the fish again, couldn't I, really? I could and probably should just go hand in fish again. So I've probably got a bag full of the fuckers. Yeah. Oh, I do, but not enough. Boo hiss. Right, hang on. Out of the way. Let's just chill somewhere for a second. What do we got? What do we got? Let's find something quick and easy to bang out for a few hundred rep. Done the world boss. Is there any big, chunky, easy one that I care for? Or an elite one? I don't want to do any of these. These are all gross. Do I maybe... Right. The solution here. Oh, I still need to do dirt piles, actually. Ask for the mechanical Yeti if it knows the recipe is unobtainable. Then it has my full respect. Hang on, what's this? To make a Tradescore Master string to sell the Spectral Tiger Cub, you need to know the item ID. The item ID is a unique number that identifies each item in the game. You can find the item ID by using an add-on like blah, 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 blah. The item ID for the Spectral Tiger Cub is 46545. Once you have the item ID, you can use a tool like the official Tradescore Master Group Maker to generate a string from it. Here is an example of a string. Group, Battle Pets, Spectral Tiger Cub, I46545. You can copy and paste this string into Tradescore Master to make a group with this pet. You can also customize the string with different options and settings such as minimum and maximum prices, posting duration, stack size, etc. For more information on how to use strings and groups in Tradescore Master, you can visit their official website or watch some tutorials on YouTube. It's remarkably clever. Remarkably clever. Because you can't argue that is, you know, if I was to write the answer myself, it probably wouldn't be far different from that. That's quite surprising. Inventory's full. Oh dear. Should do this, sign up for it and make a YouTube goal making video using Bing AI or ChatGPT. Could be quite a cool video, couldn't it? Although it put me out of a job. Although I could then... Well, that's one guaranteed way to have a video out on the channel every day, isn't it? I do kind of think that this is probably going to be a thing. We've already seen it on Twitch that, you know, people have been making AI streamers. I very much imagine that it won't be long before we'll start to see AI created spammy videos about all sorts, and not even licorice ones. Right, let's get some hunts done quickly then. Start the signal for a new hunt. We need rep with the Centaurs anyway. Hang on, scout pack. There we go. That's the thing we needed anyway. Advanced AI will be as big of a change as digitalization itself. I mean, quite probably. Like dare I say it, content creation is one of those things that has been the least, what's the word I'm looking for? Least automized area of entertainment. There's been for a long time. There's been AI created music and stuff. Obviously, the music industry is still primarily dominated by actual real people. And I think generally speaking, the top tier content will always be, original content, human made. But YouTube has had this problem for quite a while already, that repeat content and small short form automated videos have been a thing for a long time, and YouTube has had to do a fair amount of work to suppress their reach, because it's undeniably shit content. and most people know that. But the technology is getting better, and what happens when AI is able to produce better quality videos than real people very quickly, easily, and efficiently to a satisfactory standard? It's like, does that just shave off the entire bottom 20% of creators in one go? See you later, you don't have a following, fuck you, you ain't never going to be able to compete with an AI banging out easy videos, Fuck, maybe I should use AI to make a stream highlight channel. Hey Bing, what were the Bing AI, tell me what the most viewed moments of my live stream were. Most interacted moments with my live stream, and turn them into 60-second video clips and post them on this channel, please. See you later. Crazy amount of opportunities. What are we doing? Defeating things, killing things. We can kill things. Definitely seeing AI patch rundown videos in the near future for games. It wouldn't surprise me. It's one of those simple things that, does it strictly require, I don't particularly agree with it, but it's one of those things that it does away some of the process of having that audience in the first place. Because without getting too deep, one of the main ways in which content creators are told to grow, right? One of the main ways they're told to grow is to create searchable content. And by searchable content, it's the simple process of somebody wants the answer to something, so you make a video answering that something. And if you can get if enough people search for it and enough people find you, and enough people appreciate what it is you do, you can gain a following that way. That's genuinely one of the most common ways that content creators are told to build and to grow their platform. Once you reach a certain level, you do switch your switch the direction you take. You don't really care so much about being searchable, but you start caring about being clickable. But that's only because you have platforms like YouTube that then take content creators that are already established and just spit their content over the internet already for you. Who needs to be searched for when there's a algorithm that's going to show you to everybody anyway? But if you can have some form of AI facilitating all of the need of people via search, fuck knows how you as a creator get going. Check your DMs. I'll have a look in a second. Hang on, let me get out this cave. Goal makers will be out of a business soon. Hey Bing, make me a video focused on a single high-value piece of transmoggable gear and the location for where you can acquire it in-game. And do that 1,000 times. There we go. I've just remade Student Albatross's YouTube channel. Oh dear. No shade on Student. He's a good guy. I was going to check DMs when hang on. I need to make sure I actually finish this hunt, because I'm meant to still be in this rock for some reason. Hunt elementals. What am I destroying? Oh, I'll just chill in the air, it's fine. I asked it to make me a cell operation. A sell operation is a type of operation that allows you to set up rules for how you want to sell your items on the auction house with TSM. You can create a sell operation by following these steps. Diddler, 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 diddler. It literally links my video. Oh, that's funny. Bing AI, can I show this without doxing too much of anybody's information? I'm sure this is fine. It literally it literally shows my video. Genius. That's funny. Could you make me a selling operation? I'm sorry, but I can't make you a selling operation. I can only help you with finding information, giving suggestions. Very clever. The whole thing's very clever. And yeah, I agree with the Gumdrops quote. Don't tell Mrs. Mathias that you have AI make all of your content. She'll have more for you to do IRL. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine? My DIY list would go through the roof. Right, there's one goodie bag. Boop. Some centaur hunting trophies to hand in. And just like that, possible editors lost their jobs before even starting. I mean, this is the constant argument against automation in any way, shape, or form. Not even, artificial intelligence. Like, I tend to feel that, this AI search thing is just the evolution of, Google. Google search has been around now for God knows how long, and let's not forget it's, highly incentivized to be profitable and, all of this sort of silly things. But the natural evolution of something like Google is a smart system like this. That makes sense. But when this AI is utilized to start heavily and aggressively automating things, I see there being problems with it. Because if you can ask Bing AI to quite simply make me a small Python script that does X, Y, or Z, or make me a basic website in HTML and CSS that looks roughly like this. What you're ultimately doing is you're putting junior developers out of a job before they've even got one. The same argument applies to, automatic driving lorries and stuff like this. You take a whole industry and you remove the human element from it. It's not great. People rely on that sort of shit. You don't get experts unless you have people who, nobody starts off being a university professor. Nobody starts being a university professor. They start by, you've got to start somewhere. Nobody becomes a doctor without being able to do basic practice first. You have to become an assistant before you can become a manager. If you automate the shit out of every low-level job, where's your next generation of professionals coming from? There's a problem, right? Big problem. I've not given it a huge amount of thought, but it definitely triggers my brain a touch when we start, looking at how fancy this AI chat GPT type stuff is. Some random ass Reddit post. I should have been careful before I clicked on that. Days before OpenAI, developer coding 2 hours, debugging for 6 hours. Chat GPT generates the code in 5 minutes. The developer debugs it for 24 hours. I mean, I'm sure that's not too far from the truth, but it's still in its infancy. When it, imagine how it's not going to be too long before it learns how to do all of it itself properly, and then it's like, woo, spicy meatball. Right, I need to get some wet otters. I'm still missing some wet otters. Wetter than an otter's pocket, as they do say in Gumdrop's land. Glad it won't ask you to find wet beavers. Sure. Oh, damn. What's that? A beaver walks into a bar. Oh, damn. The dad jokes. Gotta love them.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
PKB, how we doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Which quests do I need to complete to get profession quests? Just did the campaign ones where you meet some dude in the cutscene. The only requirement, I believe, is being level 62, although somebody might correct me if I'm wrong on that one. You can just pick them up in Valdrakken. I'm assuming that you're probably on an alt. I'm assuming it's not your first character. I think from level... I can't remember the exact, but I'm quite sure from level 62 you can pick up the profession quests. For the weekly one, you need to be skill 50 in the profession. Ah, right, yeah, that's probably true, actually. That is, yeah. Oh, boo, didn't mean to aggro this dude. Get wrecked. Die, 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 die. There we go. I need some space in my bags. My bags are gross. So much rubbish in my bags. Hunt beasts. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you feel as if you're missing anything profession quest wise, the best thing I can suggest doing, especially if you're on an alt, is to either run around Valdrakken and just see who's offering a quest that you haven't done yet. There's a good chance you'll accidentally find them, or Fork River Crossing in Anaran Plains. If you go to the flight point, Fork River Crossing, all of the entry level profession quests are down here. Have you heard of the quest bug for leatherworking? Apparently one was coded as a one-time account wide, and now for the second week in a row you can't do this on alts, not even on your main now. Yeah, I had noticed that. A lot of people told me about it this morning. It was the one that was asking you to make drums last week. If you completed it, you now don't have that quest again. So yeah, that's fun, I guess. You must remember though, boys and girls, this is a multi-dollar company we're dealing with here. And we are only 3 months into an expansion. I mean, give them time. There's nothing to pew pew. There's usually packs of mobs knocking about. 94%, nothing to kill. You have to hunt. Oh, well, let's just murder you, I suppose. Don't know if you count. There we go. Bing can give you a creative answer, a balanced answer, or a very precise answer. You see, the clever thing is going to be when the asking of the question is also automated. And you can send it just off on a rabbit hole and it will do it all itself. Any questions it needs, it asks itself the question and then just knows the answer. And it has the the mindset to understand what question it needs to ask. Then it starts to get remarkably powerful. Imagine the dog shit level content that something like that could pump out, though. You know how prominent, like, TikTok compilation clips are, and, like, just React content in that regard. The React meta could be out of this world. Imagine if you've got some AI streamer that is set up to just react to YouTube content, and then to republish that YouTube content as React content. Like, the rabbit hole is just so deep. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's a legal nightmare, but it's incredibly deep. Let me ask who Manthius is in creative and precise. If it starts, if it pulls up my mortgage agreement, please don't link it. You know, if I don't know how much detail it's going to go into. While I try to keep some anonymity on the internet, sometimes what's on the internet's on the internet. Okay, do we think that's going to be enough trophies to hand in now to get things? Yeah, probably. Probably. Let's go turn those in. Let's get this dude finished. Crafting orders, Valdrakken quests, books. That's fine. There was already channels on YouTube before this AI craze with generated content of farm views from kids. Yeah, you're right. It's why YouTube had to take a stand on it, because it was like getting out of hand. Oh, god damn, look how close we are. 1,500 rep with these fellas away. Hang on. Ah! Okay. Manthius is a YouTube content creator who is mostly known for being a World of Warcraft millionaire. Haha. Self-proclaimed, by the way. It's yoinked that off my... I'm quite sure it's yoinked that off my About Me page on YouTube. He also has a Patreon page where he offers exclusive content and experiences for his supporters. He occasionally streams games on Twitch and posts updates on Twitter. Okay. Is this like the precise version? What's the difference between the two? He focuses content around how to make more gold in Warcraft games and also brings entertainment at the same time. He has a presence on YouTube, Patreon, and Twitter. Is there anything else you would like to know about him? How many subscribers does he have? What is World of Warcraft? What kind of videos does he make? Jesus. It's clever shit. Spicy meatball. Left is creative, right is precise. Okay. Sheesh. Right, one of those. Yoink. Where did the box go? Who yoinked the box? Oh, there's a knowledge point thing here. I missed that one. There's the box. Hey! Dragon Shard of Knowledge. What was this thing? Oh, snap. That's an upgrade. Put it on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, my poor bags. Where'd it go? This thing. Have they upped the item level of world content stuff again? I'm getting 392s. I swear I wasn't getting 392s before. Even on my main character. I thought like 382 was as high as it went through stuff like this. Or am I just so casual mode geared that I'm still getting upgrades? Actually, I could have come back and handed these in for a bunch of rep, couldn't I? I didn't think about that. Hang on, what's this quest? Oh, pick up a thing. Sure. I did the same with a viewer from another stream, and Bing could find out what game he plays and what community he was in for that game based off nothing but his Twitch name. It's remarkably surprising. There's going to be another one of those revolutions, isn't there, where people all of a sudden realize just how much information they have on the internet. And, you know, all of a sudden people are at literally the press of a button able to find out so much about people. Previously, you could do it anyway, but you had to know where to look. Now when you can just ask a bot, find me everything you know on X, Y, or Z, and you get answers for that, it starts to get remarkably scary. People will have to start being a little bit more cautious with what they share on the internet. I mean, I am particularly bothered about it because I've got nothing to hide. This is why I don't really care about this stuff too much. I like some level of anonymity on the internet. You know, there are certain things that I try to make sure are not on the internet. But that's only just, you know, none of it really matters if it is or isn't. If you got nothing to hide, you shouldn't have to worry about it. But it's pretty crazy. Let me see if it can find out where you live. I mean, it probably does, and it probably can. It's not particularly something I would poke too deep into, though. It probably wouldn't or shouldn't get it from just my online name, but you plug in somebody's full name, there's a good chance. This man is his favourite corn category. I prefer tinned corn. Okay, where do we need to do? 2 books. Apparently I've not done quests yet. What quests am I missing? So much stuff I should just hand in as well. Professions. Oh, these scepters of summon. 3 spectacles of fire, 3 spectacles of air, and 2 draconium axes. Oh, I never went and got the large tools. Oops. Do that in a minute. What else am I missing? I used to be in the mindset of nothing to hide, but looking at US changes to abortion and how Facebook and Google is providing info to the police, to people who search abortions, etc., is next level fucked up. I don't have that mindset anymore. I mean, that's a level of politics that I'm absolutely not going to dive into on stream, but I think it's I wouldn't strictly put that down to being the problem of having information on the internet. More so, I would put that down to the problem of, you know, whoever makes the rules in the country that you live in. The source of the problem is dangerous. Oh, Lord. If you fly into this building, it shouldn't nuke half your health. That's not fair. Mr. Norton, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you are well. We've been playing around with, or Jack specifically has been playing around with the new Bing AI search thing. And it's quite surprising some of the things it can find. It's odd to be dismounted even, like dragons are not welcome in their own city building. Yeah, weird, right? Okay, I'm way off track. I'm way distracted and not really doing anything in any form of optimal way. Let me order a couple of books. Blacksmithing book, enchanting book. Enchanting, public. Go. Shit, which one did I just order? Enchanting. Oh, no, don't order the same one again. Blacksmithing. Alright, they're on order. I need to falsify a couple of orders, don't I? Blacksmithing, it's going to be 3. Is it 3? I think it's 3. I need to fake 3 orders. I'll make myself 3 pairs of boots or something. Grimstone Rare in 39 minutes. I'm going to need to go get some food in a minute. I might unfortunately have to miss that one. But good heads up for everybody else. I probably need to go get me some food and maybe clean my internet history before Jack finds it. In fact, these are probably not the best thing to be searching for now, are they? Shovels. They're much better. Shovels are useful to have in my bags anyway. I always end up, I start flying around. I'm like, I've not seen a dirt pile for a while. Anybody find any dirt piles? And then I realise I haven't got a shovel. Right, Scribe's done Scribe things yet? Surely. Blacksmith thing. What else was I looking for? What am I doing? Orders. I'm clearly hungry because I cannot concentrate on anything at the moment for some reason. I don't know why. Let's get some... One of you. Start order, go. Boom. 3 orders done. What are we missing? I stupidly didn't do that one quest. I'm not sure how that slipped through the net. And I haven't done an enchanting quest. What's my enchanting quest? I need to clean my quest log out. That's why I'm missing stuff, you know, because I don't easily see it here. Scepters of fire and of air. I don't have the mats to make either of them. Flipping Wraith bark, man. This one material. Literally my #1 most hated material in the game. Stupid Wraith bark. What are those things even called? Right, what do we need? 3 fire. Three fire and 3 air. Oh no, hang on. These are stacks of 5. What? Okay, now I'm mad confused. I probably don't need to be buying anywhere near this many of them, do I? Oops. Whatever. Is it 3 stacks of them that you need, or just 3 of them? Oh, they've got 5 Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Sheesh, my brain. Okay, one of you. One of you. There we go. There's my enchanting book. Okay. 1 quest to go on this dude. 1 quest. Where do I do that quest? What quest was it, and why did I manage to miss it? It was this one that's over here somewhere, isn't it? No. Large tools. Tremendously large tools. I feel like a tremendously large tool for somehow missing this one. Oh. So where did I get to? I'm on the last. If I just did the quest line for Dragon Scale, I'd get these to 25. Centaurs, I need to just probably do a couple more hunts and we're done. Whoa, there's a building. People who have got like multiple characters renown capped is still a crazy achievement even by my standards. I am somewhat impressed. Oh, not all of these seem to have the tools. Or do they? Yeah, half of these fellas don't have the right things. I'll kill you anyway. One of you, one of you, one of you. Boom, headshot. Oh, only... I forgot this had a ridiculously annoyingly low drop rate. Got to kill so many of these things. One of you, one of you. You don't count. But we'll kill you. And we'll aggro you for fun as well. Ah, I didn't spend my knowledge points on my hunter. I've just realised I went round, collected all of those knowledge points and then didn't spend them. What is the point? Right, let's grab these. We'll head back to Valdrakken. 1 tool of 4 mobs. Jesus. Okay. No, not you. Oh, I should go kill Grizzlerock. I should go kill Grizzlerock. Any of the storm rares still are pretty high on my radar. Can we get there? Or is he going to be dead? Where's he gone? Oh my god. He's not even been engaged. What kind of crazy ass realm am I playing on right now? I hope the lariat recipe dies only slowly. I tend to think that that recipe is cash in the bank. If Blizzard's impression of how crafting is going to go this expansion ends up being a reality, it's that they intend to have you take your crafted gear through the expansion. This was one of the reasons, I feel, to why they didn't particularly want people to use crafted gear in the Catalyst. Because they didn't want somebody to spend resources making a piece of crafted gear to catalyst it, to then only next patch go, shit, now I need to make that again, because now I can upgrade it further than that piece of tier is currently. So I have the suspicion, because a necklace is, you know, it's a safe slot, right? It's a safe slot and it does something cool. I think there'll be people taking that thing throughout nearly the entire expansion. They'll just upgrade it every patch, as and when they can. The only way I think it will be dethroned is if there's some absolutely mad next level necklace that turns up in a raid or something that's just super duper mega OP. But you know, the lariat necklace is quite powerful to begin with. That's why everybody wants it. It's going to be quite hard to dethrone it. Meaning that if you do have the recipe, that there's a strong chance you'll have, you know, you'll have a queue of people for quite a while, I reckon. it's kind of one of the reasons why I've actually been tempted to just buy the recipe, because if my suspicions are true, if my suspicions that you will carry that piece of gear with you, there's also the risk of the pattern being only more annoying to acquire as the expansion goes on. Because as it stands right now, the storms are still current content, right? Storms are still a thing. People are still doing the storms. There are still people that are getting the recipe on a somewhat regular basis. The amount of people that get the recipe via storms are almost guaranteed to drop off. And so even if the recipe is something that, you know, you might want to carry on through with you, there's a possibility that the supply of recipes for new Jewel Crafters drops, pumping the price of the recipe. Because good old supply and demand will do its thing. This is the only reason I've considered just, you know, closing my eyes and buying the recipe for 1 million gold anyway. Because I'll kick myself if in 6 months' time, people are still buying it. It's still a cash cow recipe for people. But the recipe goes up to 2 million, you know. Where am I going? What am I doing? Did I finish that quest? I genuinely I did. I finished it. I am so easily distracted today. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm hungry. I don't know. Bit of a failure balance-wise to keep it this strong compared to other embellishments. We'll see what happens. Like I said, they've painted the picture at the very least of that they want the crafted gear to be meaningful enough that you take it with you patch through patch. Now, if that is true, then those who have got the recipe now already are in a good position for the rest of the expansion. The flip side is that if you buy the recipe now at the height of its price, supposed height of its price, and next patch it isn't Abyss Neck, then the value of that recipe will decline dramatically. So you never know. It's all guesswork. Right. Spend some knowledge points then. What have we got with good old blacksmithing? 18 points. Okay, I should probably go turn in 2 shards, and 20 points would unlock me 2 recipes. Okay, 10 points in here. Bought the Hourglass Ring recipe for 300k, resold it for 1.4 mil. GG. I bought that recipe for like 60k or something in the first week of the expansion. Crafted it once for myself. Never looked at it ever again until somebody pointed out it was worth 500,000 gold, and I was like, what? I didn't realize I got it for a bargain price. I thought I paid way over the odds for it. That's because as a jewel crafter, I went deep prospecting at the beginning, and I was stuck in terms of that I had literally nothing to craft that would give me skill ups. Madness. Okay, yeah, I need 10 points to unlock the next one. I've only got 8. Might go turn in some dragon shards. Spending dragon shards on blacksmithing is not a terrible idea, as blacksmithing requires substantially more knowledge points than my enchanting does. What we got with enchanting? 17 points. I seem to remember that there's 10 skill points available from here. Spend 10 points, get 10 skill points. Yes, please. 5 points away from getting the ability to better disenchant weapons, gaining a small chance to acquire additional resonant crystals when disenchanting them. I mean, a resonant crystal's a couple of 100 gold. I don't care. I don't care enough to spend 5 knowledge points on it. 10% better chance to locate mystic items. Once again, I don't care enough. This one's capped. Is that then... Have I peaked at maximum skill gain now? Generic skill gain I'm talking about. I know I can put points into these, to which will give me skill. 5 skill when crafting burning. Yeah, this is specialized skill points. What have we got in here? Improve at modifying equipment for your every need, increasing your skill when crafting enchantments for braces, chest pieces, cloaks, rings, profession tools. Gain +1 skill per point in this spec. Okay, so that skill is also going to be targeted skill points. It means you can guarantee Q3 weapon enchants with insight. What does it mean? Let's have a look. No, 365 out of 425. Just seeing if I'm missing anything anywhere. I need to get these better. I've got nearly 2,000 artisans metal. Have I got? Okay. Yeah, I need to make some new enchanting tools. Runed Kazgarite rod. Who makes that? Oh, enchanters make this. Yeah, I remember now. I remember now. I remember why I haven't got better tools on this enchanter yet, because I haven't even learned to make the damn thing myself yet. It's round here somewhere. Rods, runes, and yeah, I need to put 10 points in this to make it myself, and then I can make my top quality stuff. Plus 25 from the Devotion of Awakening Order, and then 30 with the... oh, maybe, yeah. Yeah, you might be right. I'm not going to lie, though. There's very strong reason for me to ignore weapon enchants. From the recent... I say recent. It's been in the game since day one. But with the recent publicizing, should we say, of the exploit, has meant that the weapon enchant market is still, I believe, absolutely flooded with quality 3 enchants. Sadly. Although I haven't paid much attention to it. But you are right, actually. 365. 5 more points in that would put me at 370. Yeah, 5 more points into each one would put me at 370. I could get from 370 to 400 by using a thing. And then plus 25 from cracking a or shattering or whatever it's called. Elemental shatter. You know, if I shattered one of these, for example, I now have a buff, 10-minute buff, giving me 25%, 25 skill when crafting with frost. So then I could go back to here. Where were they? Frozen Devotions. Yeah, then I'm only 5 points away from being able to use a Illustrious Insight to guarantee Q3 for the 10-minute duration, or for as many of them as I want to craft. Two more points in each gives 7 skill. You're right. So now, for example, we go 1, 2. We get this one. 2 points from the 2 points. 5 points from the bonus. So now on the frost ones, for example, if I actually had Awakened Frost in my bags, hang on. Oh, no, that still doesn't work because you need to max it to be able to use the Illustrious Insight anyway. But it all works in theory. Yeah, I'd need to put full 5 more points into this. So, boom, hey presto. Now we have the ability to make and use Illustrious Insight. And then you go... Yeah, throw one in there. Boom, hey presto. Guaranteed quality 3. Guaranteed quality 3 weapon enchants. Using the Illustrious Insight. Oh, can you still not put them on a thing? Is that still not a thing? No, surely not. Or do I just not have any? I probably just don't have any. I'm also not sure how that's happened. Does it take a full Illustrious Insight? Sheesh. Currently on the auction house for 8k. It's a good way of burning through some Illustrious Insight, that's for sure. Bit expensive with 50 metal per enchant. Yeah, it is. It's not cheap. I was only testing it there because you got 5 for free at once upon a time for completing a quest, which I still had in my bags. I wouldn't be using any of my metal I have right now. Although, truth be told, is once I actually get these sorted, once I two more tools, an upgrade a tool. I'm likely only to need 600 towards making better tools, and my blacksmith is nearly... Okay, I've only got 1 weapon for my blacksmith. I need to make 2 more of those, which is another 800. So actually, I am now in the world of having spare artisan's metal. Potentially. And it's not a terrible way, because I reckon if I put that on the auction house, it will sell like literally instantly. Especially today. And that'll sell in a minute anyway. Cool. All right, but though, boys and girls, I'm clearly hungry because my brain just doesn't really want to function very well at the moment. I don't know why. So I'm going to love you and leave you. What day is it? It's Wednesday. It's reset day, isn't it? Of course it is. We should be back tomorrow. Harkin in 12 minutes. I might go pew him offline in a minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your reset day. If I have, I might look at trying to formulate, for those of you that were knocking about at the beginning of the stream, I will probably try and formulate my thoughts in a slightly more constructive manner, turn it into a YouTube video, see what the masses think. Maybe I'll do a two-parter on this one. I will present my thoughts on the crafting system as it stands currently, and then part 2 will be a potential fix, and we'll get to see what some people think about it. But enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Have fun. Good luck with your gold making. Come say hi over on the Discord if you're not in there already. Check out the YouTube channel for some gold making related content. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.